Welcome in, everyone. How's everyone doing? Stomach flu? That's not good. Give me a minute, I'm sharing it out. So how's everyone doing today? What's up, Chris? 808, Tommy. Who's all in here? I couldn't see the chat. Hey, Lacey. We got quite a few people in here. So, we may luck out. I shared it to him. He said he would do his best to get in here. But I did extend the invite to the crime solver. The crime solver, he's a retired law enforcement officer and a content creator on here. So, with that being said, we have created a new group. As you can tell, it's right here. Susan, I agree. I find that awfully strange as well. There's a lot of strange things involved in this. I mean, a lot. Now, someone that's in the new group, you can post this link in there if you want. User, I wish. I really wish. But the only way that's going to happen is as long as we keep pushing it out to the public. That's about the only way something's going to happen. Unless law enforcement did happen to get some digital evidence or someone spoke. Thank you, Lacey. Hey, Ash. Now, we do seems like we got a bunch of new people in here. Hey, Mandy. Anybody in here not know about this story while we're here? Lacey, I know, but that's alright. The more people that know about this story, the better, because it needs to be out there. This child needs to be located. Okay, so for all those new people in here, which is quite a few actually, that is great. This here is Kahleb Collins. Unfortunately, we would have never known he was missing had a car accident not occurred. On December 8th, Caleb's mom, dad, and sister were involved in a car accident. The mom and dad did not survive, or the mom and the baby did not survive the accident. Dad and baby did not survive the accident. Mom is in critical care, unresponsive, in a coma, medically induced coma. One of the family members reached out to law enforcement and asked what happened to baby Caleb. And law enforcement didn't know nothing about baby Caleb, so they searched the accident scene. They did not find no signs of Caleb, searching for 8 days. So they went back to their investigations and come to find out nobody's seen Caleb since September 4th of this year. After learning that and Grandpa having custody, Grandpa was placed in custody for failing to report a missing child. Are we really having this looping problem again? Okay. Alright, so once he got placed into custody, he got charged for failing to report a missing child. But also in those documents, it stated that the child suffered bodily harm or death, and it also stated that the child suffered injuries that were clear your cache if you're having problems, because it's not on nobody else. That's not it. Hang on. I'm beyond irritated today. So, it states that he failed to report the child missing with willful and reckless disregard and for the safety of the child. The child suffered serious bodily harm or death and physical injuries to the child, and the child was removed from the home and taken to an unknown location, and no one in the household reported the child missing. No, they have not found the child. Now, these are the photos from the accident. This here's where it veered off the road. And to us and a few statements by law enforcement and multiple news articles, they stated that it doesn't show any signs of him trying to stop the vehicle. This is what the truck looked like after it hit the tree. So, yeah, it's bad. With that being said, after Grandpa was charged, he's in jail on a $100,000 bond. They did search the property where the family was living. They obviously did not find anything because they removed the crime scene tape. What's up, Trev? Yesterday, no, Mama's not wake up. Dad and Caleb's sister passed away. Mom is still in a coma. Now, yesterday, we got some information in regards to Grandpa having charges in Louisiana for domestic violence, right? Normally, people take domestic violence and focus it on spousal. right? It turns out that it wasn't necessarily spousal. He abused his disabled elderly brother. So tomorrow we are going to be getting court documents to find out what happened in that case that would prevent DHR from seeing those charges on his background before relinquishing custody over to him of the 2 children. I'm telling you, I'm going to be rather upset if those charges still show up on his background and they still allowed him to take custody of these 2 children, knowing that he's got a charge of abuse of a disabled elderly person. That's just wrong on so many levels. It just... the offense was in 2013. How did we figure out, hey Roxy, how did we figure out, we found it on the Sheriff's Department's Facebook page. But how did I find out about it? Someone that knew the family while they were living in Louisiana is the one that reached out to me and told me about all of this and told me where to find it. She's also going to be the one helping me get the court documents. Hang on. Has anyone said when they move? March. Yes. Okay, let's talk about that. So he did also have a younger son, sibling, or something that pew-pewed himself. I think the child was really young. 6 years old. There you go. So make it make sense. How is this? I can't fathom how on God's green earth. No, Casey, the son was 6. The brother's a different case. Chevy, from what we understand, there was only one car seat in the car. He was trying to sell the other one. He also made some questionable posts on Facebook Marketplace where he was selling a bunk bed, which was only a mattress in the photo with his child laying on the floor. We're talking about this case. So Casey, Grandpa's son, 6-year-old son, pew-pewed himself. Andrea, there's nothing new other than we're just here getting his face out into the public. As well as we created a new group for everybody to join and be able to get up-to-date information if we're not live. Lucy, it's beyond wild. Way beyond. So, Andrea, Grandpa's 6-year-old son, way back in the day, peed himself. Mandy, no. Are they searching for this baby? They were, yes. I believe they're still here. It's right here. It's also in my link tree. Chad, you're trolling in the wrong live stream. Yes, it was on accident. Nicole, I'm right there with you. I know, Amanda, a lot of people do, but the type of searching that needs to be done, really only law enforcement and professional teams can do. And that's what's hard, because you know it's very hard for people just to sit back while a child's missing. They're getting the case confused. Okay, so it's the same individuals. I will explain. So, the person that was arrested for the disappearance or for not reporting Kahleb missing is the grandfather, right? So we did some digging after somebody provided some information on Grandpa. So first thing we were talking about was Grandpa has a DV charge for abusing his elderly disabled brother. And then the second thing we were talking about was Grandpa's 6-year-old son peed himself on accident.
Oh, wow. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going.
What in the world were you just talking about?
So we were talking about all the charges connected to this case. So about Grandpa, anyway. The Louisiana charge for DV, and we also found out that there's a case where Grandpa's 6-year-old son accidentally peed himself.
Oh, wait a minute.
Back in the day, yep.
Yeah, my face looks that stunned. That was a terrible face, but that's my initial reaction to that. Holy crap. Bodies are buried. Remember that comment?
Yes.
Maybe there was some history that somebody knew about. That's all I'm saying. Holy crap. His
Oh, right.
6-year-old son?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Listen, I don't know what to think about it because I'm going to get them documents. So somebody wanted to see this. Hang on.
Oh my gosh.
Is this what you're talking about? Somebody just asked about this. Rockin' Robin. What do you want to know about it? Does Grandpa have a wife? Not anymore. What do you want to know about it?
This is deep.
It is. It's
It's
insane.
This was that intuitive feeling that we had where we just like we're getting chills. We couldn't stop talking about this. We knew, and just like everybody else in here, that something is deep and wrong.
So who made this? Law enforcement.
Yes, it does keep getting deeper.
It really
Yeah,
does.
you're right, Amanda. She said it's Netflix documentary deep. It might be.
Like, listen, it's giving me a mixture of vibes. It's giving me Kaylee Anthony vibes and Chris Watts vibes.
Mm-hmm. But some DV mixed in. I
Right.
really do feel that. I feel that. So, yeah. I'm so curious about that side. And if there really was domestic violence and mom was I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I
even Elijah View vibes. I just the more we dig, the more stuff uncovers.
I mean, what could this little baby do to make you so mad that he I just can't. Sorry. I'm beside myself today.
Listen, if anything, if it works out right, we have someone that hopefully is going to join us. He is a very busy guy, but he makes John Walsh look like a little guy.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree on that.
He's from New York, and he got a loud voice.
Got a loud voice. I was gonna preface him with that.
That man, listen, if it wasn't for him, I would never be doing live streams. So,
Yes, Nicole. Yes, Nicole. Yeah, I remember popping into some of your lives and hearing you say that way back when.
mm,
I remember when you started getting on and you were like, "Oh, I don't really want to be here, but I've got somebody, telling me that I should and stuff." So I remember that. Long time ago.
now, who's all new in here? No, not Steve Volkos. No offense, I wouldn't bring him in here.
Newbies here.
Okay, so, dang, we got a lot of newbies.
This is great.
All right,
This
yes,
is
it is. That means more eyes for this precious little child. So, on December 8th of this year, there was a tragic car accident that took the life of Caleb's mom, or I mean, Caleb's dad and Caleb's sister. Caleb's mom is in ICU on medically induced coma due to the tragic accident, and I'll show you how tragic it is. This here is what the truck looked like after the accident. So you get a understanding of how bad the accident was.
Get those likes up past 50K, guys.
After that accident occurred, law enforcement was reached out to by the family and asked where Caleb was. So law enforcement went back out to that crash site, searching for 8 days to locate baby Caleb over there. And to no avail, they did not find Caleb in the accident site. So then they learned that nobody has seen Caleb since September 4th. After learning that, law enforcement arrested Grandpa on the 11th of December for failing to report a child missing. And in that affidavit, it states that he committed the alleged crime on September 10th, and the criminal complaint, he's missing out of Winfield, Alabama. Lexi, I just answered you. Mods, can you answer questions in the chat so I can read this? Or we can just mute Lexi if she don't stop. The criminal complaint stated that Bailey failed to report a child missing by delaying to make a
You need help with anything, Dan?
No, I need my mods to take care of things.
Do we have some in here?
Okay, so in the criminal complaint, Bailey, it stated that Bailey failed to report a child missing by delaying to make or failing to cause to be made the report with willful and reckless disregard of the welfare of the child. It also states that the child suffered serious bodily harm or death. Now, it also states physical injuries to the child, and the child was removed from the home and taken to an unknown location, and nobody in the household reported that child missing. Now, with that being said, he's in jail on a $100,000 bond. Mom is still in critical condition, non-responsive. After Grandpa was arrested, they did conduct a search on the property where Grandpa and Mom and Dad were all living. And they used dogs, they used every method that they could. They did not locate anything on the property, so they took the crime scene tape down. Now, with that all being said, we started digging into Grandpa after we found out about this. And I'll tell you something. For somebody to be able to gain custody of two minor children with a domestic violence charge against an elderly, disabled brother is mind blowing. Now, we also learned that Grandpa's 6-year-old son back in the day pew-pewed himself on accident.
Oh, it's not looking good.
Guys, just take care of Lexi.
Just don't keep repeating stuff, Lexi. Just listen.
What's up, lamb chops? Yeah, their mods are answering her and she's still repeating questions.
Tap and get those likes up, guys, so we've got more ammunition to show pictures and stuff.
So, with all of that going on, I want to know how the heck he was able to get custody.
And he clearly moved to get custody. He moved from Louisiana to be with them in Alabama to get custody. But they lived in the same home, guys.
And that makes no sense to me.
Now, Dan, do you know if he also lived in the same home as them in Jasper? Because they
Yeah.
lived in Jasper before this, guys. They lived in Jasper before this and then moved to this house in March of this year.
And it did go under radar. That's the problem. And yes, the ball was dropped big time.
And now 2 children have, yeah, well, we don't know for sure, but at least 2 children have suffered because of this. Let's just say that. Why was he given custody? Well, from what I've heard, DHR tries to put in a safety plan and they try to take suggestions from the parent first. So that's all I can think. We don't know why the kids were being taken from their custody. We don't know that.
Yeah, right, Lacey? Great safety plan. It's just insane. They really did. Yeah, you can try to get Mommy in here. Mom is not awake. So why weren't they checked on? That's another very valid question. Why weren't they checked on? For how many months? Why weren't they checked on? If they were placed on a safety plan, they should have been checked on. This is insane.
And you have a theory that September 4th is the date of him missing, that maybe that's the last time DHR checked on them.
Yeah, that's what I believe. That's the only thing that makes any sense.
No,
Dad was driving the truck. So we'll jump into the accident part.
mm-hmm.
So, according to multiple news statements made by law enforcement to the news, it doesn't look like there was any sign of him slowing down. And judging by the photos of the truck and the damage of the tree and the ground around it, it didn't look like he slowed down.
And apparently the weather was bad, i.e. rain, which would make the ground even wetter and more susceptible to movement. So if there were breaks or any other thing swerving, you would certainly see that.
What's up, Dylan? Right, Ashley?
You're saying that that wasn't the reason that he moved to Alabama? Y'all got it wrong? Okay. Interesting. Do you know why then?
Who said that?
Rebecca Chaplin. She said we got that wrong, that's the reason why he moved, which, I mean, that could be true.
Rebecca's a family member. Rebecca, what did you say? Because multiple family members said that. You're the only one that says it's different.
Is it confirmed Kahleb ever lived in Alabama?
He was born in Alabama.
Okay, there you go. Dan has done all the checks on everything, everyone, all the family members, just so you guys know. None of this is speculation on his part when it comes to that. We're not here to dox anybody. He only talks about stuff that's pertinent to like this case.
So, Rebecca, according to everything that is out in public record, that is why he moved to Alabama. So what was his reason?
Yes, please tell.
Me too.
Yeah, same Ash. Baby's been missing since since September, at least.
He moved to Alabama to be with his daughter, not get custody of the kids. Okay, so if that's the case, why in the same time frame that he moved to Alabama is around the same time frame he took custody of the children?
Well, I just want to hear what she has to say about that. Maybe she's typing, but where are you, Rebecca?
Hey, Jim. No updates on mom's condition.
Hey, Jim. Jim's in.
Oh, he changed his profile picture. Look at that.
I saw that.
Hey, what's going on?
It does it like a new video when you change your profile picture. It comes across your FYP.
I don't know what I'm doing, so I just thought I was changing my profile picture.
Yeah, this happened to me. That's the only reason I know.
What's up, cancer fighter? How many people are new in here?
Rebecca okay, I'm telling y'all the truth. He moved in with his daughter before his granddaughter was born. Hmm.
Okay, Rebecca, I'm going to give you an opportunity. We're not going to bash any other family members, but I'll let you come in the box and tell your side of the story. And I might be regretting doing that because I made a statement that I'm not putting no family in the box anymore.
Well, but as soon as we said the name, Dan already knew that
I
was
know who
specific.
she is.
Yeah, right. So I just saw some people in the comments asking.
I know she's directly related to the family.
No drama here, Rebecca. We're just curious. Yes, beach girl.
Why no more family in the box? Because it tends to cause an argument between the family, and that's not what we want.
Right. Nene, we'll do it again here soon. He usually does about 10 times on live.
It does sound like a Summer Wells case.
Mm.
So when did he move back, Rebecca?
Because Riley was born when? 21?
Mary, yes, Rebecca is related. I know that 100% for a fact. There is no doubt about Rebecca. Caitlin, there has been no new updates.
Well, that new information you shared about Grandpa is new to me tonight. That's interesting. About the 6-year-old. Riley was born 4/22. Okay.
Okay. No, Rebecca, nobody thinks you know where that baby is.
No, no, no. It's not about that. We're just wondering that piece of information that you said. Every little thing can matter.
There's only 3 people that know where that baby is: Mom, Dad, and Grandpa.
I agree. But I made that video earlier and I'm really curious. There's somebody out there who knows maybe when they started with the story of asking, when people were asking, where's Kahleb? And they would tell some people always with friends, some people with family. I think it's important for those people to maybe even reach out to law enforcement about what those dates were and see if they coincide before or around September.
Right, exactly. Somebody knows something. 100% somebody knows something.
Because those pieces of information can lead to locations, they can lead to other kind of tracking that maybe haven't even been looked into yet.
The 6-year-old case, or the 6-year-old, that was old. Sue law enforcement. I guarantee if they have their devices, they're looking into them. Guaranteed.
I really hope News Nation does a segment on this.
Pineapple, is this your first day in here? Oh, wow. No, we've been covering it all week. Do I think he wrecked on purpose? Yes, I do.
I do too. He was about a mile from his house on the way back, going 92 and a 45 mile an hour. No evidence of trying to stop or control whatever happened.
Okay, let me address this so people quit targeting Rebecca. This is her nephew, guys. This is her family member. Sky, nobody knows that answer. Not even close family members know what happened to Caleb.
Well, they say.
Yeah, so Rebecca, that's what we were talking about. We were made aware of the accidental pupilling of the 6-year-old. Mom's in ICU. Dad's in heaven with Caleb's sister.
Someone said maybe dad thought that somebody was going to be close to finding out what happened. I mean, it's possible. He made a November 6th post saying that Caleb had health problems.
Everybody's major question for for Rebecca is, how is Pam doing? Sky, the boy, was never in the car. That's fine, Rebecca. We'll be here. No, Lacey, I don't drink or do drugs. It's iced tea. Now, who's new in here and does not know what is going on? While we're here. Mom is still alive in the hospital. See, that's good. We're getting more new eyes on this child. That is wonderful.
Absolutely.
Okay, so on December 8th of this year, there was a tragic car accident taking the life of Caleb's dad and sister, right? Mom is in ICU. It definitely is hard for Rebecca. This is her nephew. Mom's in ICU. So, from what we understand, a family member asked law enforcement, "What about baby Kahleb?" And immediately, law enforcement went out to the crash site searching for Kahleb, thinking that he was also involved in that car accident. For 8 days, they searched that entire area, and to no avail, they did not find Kahleb. Come to find out, law enforcement found out that Kahleb hadn't been seen since September 4th to be exact. Now, on December 11th, Grandpa was arrested. He was arrested for failing to report a child missing, right? And he committed those alleged crimes on September 10th. Now, the criminal complaint states that Bailey failed to report a missing child by delaying to make or failing to cause to be made the report with willful and reckless disregard for the safety of the child, and the child suffered serious bodily harm or death. It also states physical injuries to the child, and the child was removed from the home and taken to an unknown location, and the child was never reported missing by anyone in the household. Now, I've already showed the accident scene. People were asking, do I think it was on purpose? Judging by every photo we've seen and majority of news articles that we've seen, it doesn't look like he intended to stop that vehicle. Nobody was wearing seatbelts, going 92 miles an hour in a 45-mile-an-hour zone, slammed into a tree. Those are the results of slamming into that tree. And here's other photos of it. Now, with all that being said, Grandpa's being held on a $100,000 bond. He did obtain an attorney. That attorney did file a motion to have documents sealed in court. The judge agreed to seal those documents so he can go through them and decide which ones are pertinent to the case. Am I right how that was worded, Jim?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I hate to say this, but if it wasn't for that car accident, nobody would know about Kahleb being missing. So, Grammy, it could have been a few things. There's multiple trees around the area where this accident occurred. It could have hit one of those trees and jolted Pam one way when it hit the other tree head on. And see, right. Jennifer, anything's possible at this point because after they searched the home with dogs and everything like that and removed the crime scene tape, they obviously didn't find what they were looking for there. Now, I do know this, that when it comes to law enforcement, they're going to protect their investigation. And Dad was driving. We probably won't see a release from law enforcement until they find Kahleb. I really don't feel like I don't like this situation. See, Mary, it doesn't matter if she just wakes up. She has to be healed enough and coherent enough to give a statement. And law enforcement is not going to force that on her in the condition that she's in. And they shouldn't. They better not. That would be wrong on so many levels. And if she remembers, right. See, Kimberly, the problem with Grandpa talking is that's only one side of the story. Jennifer, I agree. She is still in a coma. A medically induced coma. Grace, there's no new updates. So, Southern. The family knows just about as much as everybody else. The family wasn't able to be a part of that. If Rebecca comes on, she can explain that part. Do I think he'll ever be found? I hope he does. Ashley, it's not going to get quiet. We got a big mouth. We ain't going to let this get quiet. Vin, because they... So let me address that. So, Vin, family members were told that Kahleb was with family friends, and those family friends were told that Kahleb was with family. Vin, that is not true. Vin, that is nowhere near the truth. The only ones that let this child down are DHR, Mom, Dad, and Grandpa. All of them knew that child was not in there. And DHR is to blame because they did not check into... unless something got removed... Jennifer, that's confidential information. They won't release that. Unless his document got removed, his arrest got removed, whether he paid to get it removed or he was put on deferred adjudication, completed what he was supposed to complete, and then filed a petition to have it removed. Ashley, if law enforcement has them, they've been through them. SRS, me too. But I can't force them to do it. What's up, Twisted? So, beanies. Mom lived at that house. Dad lived at the house. Grandpa lived at that house. There's no way anybody can say they did not recognize a 1-year-old child missing. Now, I'm not saying Mom had anything to do with the disappearance, but she lived in that house. Department of Human Resources. Basically like CPS. So, Colorado. They've already searched the property where the family lived. They took the crime scene tape down. Right, Sour Patch. No, that just means that they cleared the area. I wish Danny would come in.
I was just thinking the same thing.
He can really explain that.
Can you give me a rundown on his history? Or
Who?
like Danny?
He's a retired law enforcement officer out of Pennsylvania.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I shared it to Danny and Duty Ron. Hopefully one of them come in. The mother is still unresponsive. Law enforcement will always know more than what we know. So, as long as it's respectful. She hasn't been around for a while. Oh no, I'm not putting her in the box. What's up, Crime with Sarah? He can't be legally charged for the granddaughter. That wouldn't stand up in court, no way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
He wasn't behind the wheel of that vehicle. So, Sue, we don't know, Nicole. So, Sue, why not? He has to be the perpetrator of the crime to be charged. He was, regardless if he was the custodian or not, he wasn't driving that vehicle.
Now, What I don't know is like in cases like this where custody is taken from the parents, if there's like statements in the new custody arrangement that say you're not allowed to let the parent be around them. I don't know anything about that. Do you? Like, and of course we don't know that for this case, but I wonder if that's a possibility. I don't think it was in this case though.
So I don't think he would be able to be charged for the girl.
Yeah.
So Haley, we wouldn't know that because those documents are confidential. We won't be able to find anything pertaining to the DHR safety plan or anything unless the judge decides to unseal them.
Yeah, he's reviewing all those documents probably before the January 15th hearing, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that is redacted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, did they say
Oh, okay.
if their state attorney general or anything was doing an internal investigation on DHR or anything?
I don't know,
I
but
haven't
there
seen.
needs to be.
Yeah.
I don't know if their state attorney general does that, or they have the State Bureau of Investigations too, don't they? I think in Alabama.
It really needs to be done, Jim.
Well, there's a question for me. Hey, Susan.
What's the question, Lacey?
Ashley, yes, I agree. They know something more. The baby has not been found. Pineapple, we don't know who was charged with that, or if anybody.
Did the judge say he was reviewing what documents will be sealed, or are they currently all sealed? I believe they're all sealed. Originally, the grandfather wanted them suppressed, wanted them excluded, and then his attorney filed a motion to have them subpoenaed, all of the records. And the last I read on it was that the judge was reviewing confidentially. So my guess is he's going to review all the documents from DHR, and if he chooses to admit any of that information to be subpoenaed or allowed it as evidence, it could potentially be redacted, or he could say no, all of it is open for view. That's going to be up for the judge to decide what he wants, or what he feels is relevant, I should say.
Yeah, and see that. I think everybody would like to see it, even though we're not privy to it. But
I would think by January 15th he should have an answer on that documentation. But that might just be what he's releasing for that subpoena to the defense attorney and to the prosecution.
right.
So it may not be made public to everybody, but it would probably go to both parties. I'm in Florida, so Florida is much differently. So as soon as something is filed in the state system here, in the court system, as soon as that court proceeding is over, boom, it's online and anybody can view a lot of that stuff. But other states don't have the same system.
So we're requested not to discuss the accidental situation with the other son. We're gonna respect that
Okay, that tracks.
because it was deemed an accidental.
Okay.
Any friends from the Jasper area?
They could close that courtroom as well. They could close it to media.
They really could too.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Alabama is, but they may close it down to outside people.
See, At the end of the day, we all want answers. We all want to know what happened to Caleb, if he's alive, if he's not.
And believe me, we could sit here and speculate and piece together so many things that we've all seen till we're blue in the face, but it's not going to help. And in fact, it could hurt the case. So that's why we don't talk about some of the things about posts and what that could mean and opinions.
Now, for those who want to keep up to date, we did create a new Facebook group. You guys are welcome to join it. It's right there. That's the name of it. It's also in the link tree. Yeah, hang on. I wonder if Crimson's busy. Let me see if I can get Crimson in here.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of why the judge is reviewing what he's reviewing is because it is in fact a minor. I mean, that's a very, very delicate topic.
Yeah.
They have not closed the courtroom before. I know some do, some don't. Sometimes they shut them down to the media, like no cameras or no video from within the courtroom. Sometimes they're wide open.
Especially if they see there's like a lot of coverage, huh? Don't you think? Like if they see there's a lot going on in social.
I've seen it where they've allowed reporters in there, but they didn't allow video recording. And if they caught them video recording, then they hold them in contempt of court.
So the Facebook group's in my link tree, guys.
And it's right behind his head too. Find missing Caleb Collins, Alabama.
Yeah, it's definitely up to the judge. And I don't envy being the judge on this one, that's for sure.
No.
I don't envy being a judge in this one. This case is going to scar that judge.
Mm-hmm.
Lacey, I'm not sure about that one. I know there is a gag order on the families in that case, but I'm not sure. Again, that's another high-profile one, so I don't know how the judge is gonna rule on that.
I don't know anything about the cop stuff, about Grandpa being considered an accessory. I don't know anything about that stuff. You guys?
Kathy, you won't be able to post a link in here. TikTok will flag you. You don't need to post a link. It's in my link tree, and the name's right here. Maryland, no. I'm sure law enforcement has looked into everything.
It's quiet to us, but certainly they're still doing work.
Yeah, I'm sure they're probably working around the clock. I'm sure they want to
Yep.
figure this all out as much as anybody else.
I mean, they didn't just take the crime scene tape down and just stop, guys. Promise.
No.
No,
No.
they're still doing stuff. And they've got to go by the book. So that's another reason why we're not privy to a lot of information. They've got to make sure that stuff holds up in court if they find anything.
And I know it's frustrating, especially in the world of technology that we live in now, where we're so accustomed to getting immediate answers on a lot of things. But the fact of the matter is, they have to do it quietly and low key because they have to preserve their case to the best of their ability.
Exactly, 100%.
Yep.
If they didn't do that, it could give the defense so much ammunition to have things thrown out of court left and right.
Yep, just thrown out, and we would hate that.
And
then there would be no justice.
Yeah, and then the other part about that too, on the opposite end, is which is something we didn't experience, which is usually out of the ordinary, is typically a good defense attorney is very, very quiet as well. If you have a really good defense attorney, they will not be out speaking unless they absolutely have to.
Good point.
So, Carol, can Grandpa be charged for Caleb? Possibly, if there's enough evidence to charge him. Right now, he's in jail for failing to report him missing.
I don't think he's going to talk anyways until he knows what's going on with his daughter.
Right. Ash, I don't understand that either. How much time does that carry? Depends on if they give it elevated circumstances. I mean, look at Elijah Vu's case. They weren't even charged for the death of Elijah Vu. They were charged just for moving the body and child abuse that caused death.
The technicalities are just, they're crazy. Does the dad of the kids have a criminal past?
I've heard he does, but we can't find one.
It's so interesting.
Both kids were dads. Southern Girl, we don't know anything about where this child is, if he's alive, if he's not. He's been missing since September 4th. That's the last time anybody has seen him. And the only thing I can come up with that would make any sense was that was the last time there was a home visit.
And if that's not the case, holy moly, please do an investigation on DHR.
Right.
Oh my God.
The mother is not conscious.
We know there was an article that stated that she regained consciousness. Apparently, she did, and then had to be placed back into an induced coma.
Now, Ashley made another very good point. She even mentioned it in the group. Maybe a doctor's appointment. Maybe that's how.
Right. Right.
Bye, Lauren. She didn't stay long.
Yeah, well, what she said was kind of messed up.
So, Marilyn, timeline for the boy. Marilyn, nobody knows that. Or a WIC appointment, right, Beach Girl? Good thinking.
That's what I was talking about last night when I said, like, I would imagine that the kids were also receiving other state benefits. And, well, usually to start them, they have to be present. I don't know about Alabama for.
So,
reaping.
Emerald, just type in that in Bookface. You'll find it. WIC is a program for moms. Here, hi detective, you're a mom. You can explain WIC.
Yeah, so I actually had WIC when I was a single mom. It's just a program for, people know, if you don't have enough, you don't make enough money, it just gives you some groceries basically for the child. But it's specific groceries. It's not like food stamps. It's specifically for babies up to a certain age or kids up to a certain age. But it's mainly like grocery stuff if I remember correctly. Anybody can say different if they know. And then there's food stamps. But again, you usually have to have details. Actually, to apply for food stamps, I don't even think you need the kids present. You just have somebody, well, in the Carolinas anyways, you just have somebody call and verify, and you have to have their socials and everything.
Right.
Grandpa was receiving SSI, but obviously that was separate. I don't know if him being able to apply and re-up for WIC and or food stamps, which we have no idea if they received, would have fallen to him since he had custody, I would imagine. I don't know.
So WIC, I think that you would have to bring the children in.
Okay.
Food stamps, I don't believe you did.
Right. That tracks. Yep, up to 5 years of age. There you go. Formula, vouchers, specific food. It's not just anything. It's specifically for young kids type of things.
Is that something you can usually start the process through with a pediatrician? Like a resource that they would know about? I'm trying to remember because
I know my pediatrician wasn't involved. Like, no doctors were involved. I just had to go to DSS, which is what they call it in the Carolinas, guys.
oh, some people saying yeah, because yeah, I thought
So so in some states, maybe you have to have a pediatrician like involved. That's interesting.
yeah, I think in New York it was like that. At least there was one doctor's office that I was aware of
Wow.
that did that. Yeah, some are through health department.
Health department. Now that would make sense because the health department, you can also do the, appointments through and everything. So that's their own little process that has doctors involved.
Right. Now, for those who saying you can't find that group, by typing it in, you can. I just did it. It's there. Now, so in all reality, there are multiple reasons why they could have came up with that date.
True.
So, Grandpa, the family had two residences in Alabama, one in Jasper and one in the Winfield area. Glen Falls, I believe, is the closest area. Now, what we don't know is Glen Allen. Thank you, Tom. So we don't know if Kahleb was born after they moved to the house in Glen Allen or before.
Right. Well, I'm sure we could figure that out if we knew his birth date, if they had only lived there since March, right?
Beach Girl, we've got the addresses, we've got the Google Earth photos and everything like that. But Google Earth is so outdated.
It is.
You won't get accurate photos from Google Earth.
I said, nice photo, Jim.
Oh, I thank you. Every now and then I can polish up a little bit.
Nikki told him to get a little polish for his picture.
She did.
That's not Jim in the picture, right?
That's AI.
Yeah, she told me I had to get updated pictures because I didn't have anything with my beard.
So Sassy, unless your house is brand new, like within the last 2 years, it would be on Google Earth. But you can also pay Google to blur out your house.
Yep, sure can. Yes, Carmel.
Or unless your house is in the middle of the boondocks somewhere where Google Earth don't go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yours is probably not on there, Sassy. Google Earth hasn't updated in 2 years.
Carmel, I'm Gabby's bonus dad, yes.
Someone said, all I know is due date was second week of April of 2023. Okay.
The Google Street View of my old house in New York was still post Hurricane Sandy
Oh, wow.
when I had a dumpster in front of my house before I knocked it down. And I sold my house 3 years ago, and it was still showing the old house. And I had my house knocked down and rebuilt in,
Wow.
2015.
Do we know the actual birthday of Caleb? That has not been publicly released. It's had to have been somewhere in the April months.
Yeah. For him to be a year or a little bit older. Because, you know, some people, you'll be up to 18 months or up until 2. Even True Crime Mama was saying on here, she's a pediatrician, PA, that people say 1 year old, anywhere from 1 to 2 years old. So,
Sassy, there is a birth certificate, but it's not public record. Unless, can we obtain a birth certificate if we're not family?
I don't know about that.
I don't either. I've never tried.
I lost one of my kids and I had to reorder it, and there were a lot of verification things.
Yeah, they made me send in a lot of verification to prove that I was.
Yeah. Yeah. So probably not.
Ashley says she does it for her clients all the time. Beach Girl, we do not know how many doctor's appointments he had missed.
And we won't know medical records, clearly, right? We won't know that, you know.
No verification there for a birth certificate. Wow.
Wow. That's honestly creepy.
That is creepy.
That's creepy. Yeah, I had to prove so much and verify so much about like previous addresses and all this other kind of stuff just to reorder.
Not in Maryland either.
That's crazy.
That's just insane.
What the hell, guys? That's not okay. That's not okay.
That's wrong on so many levels.
That is.
So you mean to tell me if I was in one of y'all states, I could just say, hey, I'm Joe Schmo and go get his birth certificate?
That's freaking terrible. Maybe those are the states that most of the fake ones are made in. Oh my God.
That's scary.
Atlanta. That is like.
That is scary.
Got my neighbors for him. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna tell you, in the Carolinas, you gotta verify. You gotta verify. Ash.
Nicole, it doesn't work like that in Oklahoma either. Man, I had to send a bunch of stuff just to get a birth certificate, and my birth certificate's out of New York. That's just insane.
Somebody said just take a kid and call it a day. I mean, honestly, with that kind of plan, for freaking sake, God. Oh, I don't ever say Carolina girl.
Hey, listen. I learned something new today. If I need a birth certificate for somebody else, I'm going to one of y'all states. I'm not saying that I would do that, but just saying.
I covered a couple nasty cases where people were trying to find out where I lived, and I don't really share anything, Carolina girl, about where I live.
If I ever needed to disappear and need a new identity, what state do y'all live in again?
I think Maryland was one, Georgia.
Wow.
West Virginia, Ohio. Good Lord.
Oh, they lied about Maryland?
Okay.
You wouldn't recognize me. I'd put on a wig, grow out a full facial beard.
I
Hey,
told
see, none of y'all see me with hair. I can grow my hair out.
I'll do it. What were you going to say, Jim?
TikTok shop has been being cruel to me. They sent me a some type of weird comb thing to sell on the TikTok shop, and then the next thing was it said that it's great for wigs. So
Oh, my
that
God.
to buy the comb, and then the next thing they asked me to do is put a wig on my TikTok shop.
Was it a sample?
Yeah, it was like
Oh, oh, TikTok shop they be playing now with their samples.
last night they sent me a bra to sample as well. I don't know how that would turn out.
Oh.
Live.
You know what I do when they do that? Like stuff that's for men. I'm just like, I sit there and I make a video and I'm like, I got this for my husband. That's what I do.
I just don't get it. I'm telling you. They send the weirdest things. They want me to try out bras. That ain't happening. Could you guys picture me doing a video promoting a bra on TikTok? I mean, never mind. I'm not asking you guys that because you guys would probably say, yes, go ahead and do it. See? I told you. No new updates. What we're doing is continue to get Caleb's face out into the public. Jim, they said you better get to promoting your videos.
Yeah.
Oh, you better. They'll mark you if you don't know.
Now, Jim,
Yes, sir.
so you're well aware, you make that video, I'm making it go viral.
I have no doubt in that.
I will get Justin's help. I'll get iDetective to help. True Crime Mama, I'll get them all to help.
Nikki said I should get the bra as well, and I was like, I don't know if I could fill it out like the model they have in the picture, but I'll do my best.
So
Hey, and you
Lisa,
can get it. Do what I said. Make it a sample for your wife.
Tim Miller will only get involved if law enforcement contacts them.
Who's Tim Miller?
Tech Search.
Okay.
Now, who's new in here?
I was just about to ask. Stop it with tissue.
Do we have any new individuals that do not know what's going on with Caleb Collins? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Jake, you're full of it. You've been in here every day. Nice try.
They just want to hear you talk. I'm glad. I'm glad to see there's new people.
Okay, so for those who do not know, I'm sure all of you already do. You're just trying to make me repeat myself. On December 8th of this year, Haley. Your trip, Haley. On December 8th of this year, Mom, Dad, and Caleb's sister were involved in a car accident. Tragically, Dad and Caleb's sister did not survive the accident. Mom is in ICU. She is in a medically induced coma. Caleb is his first name. Jamie, no, there is no update. You won't probably see an update until the case is closed or until he's found. Law enforcement's going to protect the investigation. But After the accident, a family member notified authorities, well, where is baby Caleb? So law enforcement immediately went down to the crash site and started searching for baby Caleb. They did not find baby Caleb for 8 days. With that being said, law enforcement found out that nobody has seen Caleb since September 4th of this year. So after they learned that information, and with Grandpa having guardianship over these children, Grandpa was charged for failing to report a child missing. Right? Hang on.
And we can.
He committed the alleged crime on September 10th of this year. Yes, pineapple. And they don't have any pictures of Caleb in them. If they do, they've got those photos private. Now, it also says in the criminal complaint that Bailey failed to report a child missing by delaying to make or failing to cause to be made the report with willful and reckless disregard for the safety of the child, and the child suffered serious bodily harm or death, to wit, physical injuries to the child, and the child was removed from the home and taken to an unknown location, and no report was ever made. Now, with that being said, this here is Grandpa, John Elton Bailey. They did search the property that Bailey, mom, and dad were living on. They did it with shovels. They did it on foot. They had cadaver dogs there to see if they were able to locate anything connected to Caleb. A couple days passed. Crime scene tape was removed, which generally means that it's no longer labeled as a crime scene, which normally means they did not find anything of interest on there. That's why I would like Danny in here to explain why they would remove crime scene tape. Because he was a homicide detective. Now, these are photos of the vehicles, right? This is what it looked like when it initially made impact on the tree. Lisa, we're doing our best. I did send an email to News Nation, but I can't make any promises. They are busy. Jim will tell you.
With a couple of different stories, and I haven't taken them.
Now, since that all's occurred, Grandpa's in custody for a $100,000 bond. That is a Toyota Tacoma, Lisa. How far off the road was the truck? It was a good ways. They didn't specify exactly how far, but we had people go out there with a camera. And the scary part is there was no sign of him trying to prevent the accident. Because if you look at the crash scene photos, there are no... I tagged Nancy in a lot of the posts about this child. No, so Carol, the accident happened on the 8th. They were found on the 8th. No brakes wouldn't be consistent with that. He was driving 92 miles an hour in a 45 mile an hour zone. "30 feet off the road." The best thing we can do to keep this from going quiet is to keep talking about it. once we stop talking about it, Wendy, there was no bad news. But we won't get into that, cousin. It does sound intentional. None of them were wearing seatbelts. Not even a child. Now, guys, keep in mind, we did create a Bookface group. It's Find Missing Kahleb Collins, Alabama. You guys are welcome to join. We chat in there. We have a area that people can post their theories and speculations. We have an area in there where people can talk about another individual that was in a relationship with dad at one time. We've got a regular chat, and then there's an area where you can actually post things. Kelly, no. You shouldn't have to request to join. It should be still public for 2 more days. After 2 more days, it's going to private. Yeah, the group will go to private after 2 days. And it is right here, guys. If the link is not working in my link tree, this is it, right here. This is our group. It's run by our organization, so people don't have to feel like they're going to be censored or silenced. All the news articles are posted in there. We've got a few creators that are in there. They're allowed to post their videos that they make in regards to Kahleb. Of course, iDetective's in there. Abby Blabby's in there. Yes, I shared it to Abby Blabby. She joined.
That's my girl right there.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah.
She is very good.
She also is a nurse, so she has a lot of good insight on stuff.
She keeps saying, dang, she missed the live stream, but I keep sharing it to her.
She just has a lot of family stuff in the evenings. She's hasn't done lives in a while.
It's on Facebook. So this is out of Winfield, Alabama. Lisa?
I still find it really odd that work truck sat there at that house, didn't get impounded or seized, or I mean, I don't know anything about law enforcement stuff, but I mean, I feel like they're doing a pretty good job, but that was odd to me. Stop it. Go play.
Not in our group. I haven't seen it. The very first post you'll see in that group is me posting the Crime Solvers video. He is the one person that convinced me to start doing live streams. I have no idea, Nikki or Bree. Yeah, the truck thing's got me confused. That really's got me confused. So, Nikki, if it happens again, just take care of it. If it happens again.
I would say speed was definitely a factor in causing that wreck.
Yes.
They were doing 92 in a 45 on a wet road.
This case, I'll tell you, it has more twists and turns than any case I've seen.
And he's just an innocent kid. It's not even like he was able to help himself in any way.
Right. I'm mind blown. Witchy woman, we won't know that unless they release the medical examiner report, and that's if they did a toxicology. Sonia, what's your question? It wasn't that curvy of a road. There was a slight curve, but nothing like that.
I've seen a lot of people say that too. I mean, I think maybe the road in total may have had a lot of curves, but that area.
Right, no, not that specific area. So I had somebody that lives there do a drive and make a video for me. But I'm not going to share that video because she don't want her family targeted. Yeah, it's got a lot of, it needs paved. That road definitely needs paved. After watching that video, it definitely needs a good paved job. Lexi, there's no sign of him losing control. It would have showed in the grass if he lost control. Especially if the grass was wet. No skid marks on the road or grass, exactly.
And I couldn't give an exact statistic either, but I've seen some comments in there about the child not being buckled. And I wish I could say that it isn't uncommon, but it is very common. I see it all the time. Young kids not belted properly or in a car seat. It's unfortunate.
So, Pitbull Mommy, Jim noticed something in the photos. So it appears that there's two trees in that area. It could have skinned hit the first tree and jolted Mom that way before it hit dead on into the other tree.
Yeah, that car had a significant front end damage and a heavy impact to the driver's side rear passenger door. It actually bent the entire frame of that pickup truck. Two kids standing up in a moving car today. Yeah,
We see that a lot here.
my wife and I, when we first started dating, we were at a traffic light getting ready to make a turn, and we watched a car at the next traffic light just ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
Dad got impatient and blew the red light and got T-boned, and his children in the back seat were not belted. So we pulled up to it. We got out. We were the first ones there, and the car was crushed down over the mom. The dad was walking around fine. Mom was in bad shape in the passenger seat. The one boy in the back was not bad, but the other one, we ended up life flighting him out. He was paralyzed from the waist down. I think he was, oh, the dog's barking. I think he was about 7 years old.
So Ashley, I will post those in the group so everybody can see those. We've got photos of the vehicle. We've got comments that were posted on the XY social media page that were concerning. We got news articles. So I will add those when we get done. Wendy, I got those. It does look like the truck was in two pieces, but that could have been after they separated it from the tree.
It looked like the bed was blown off the frame.
Right.
That's not uncommon. That's only a couple of bolts that usually hold the beds on. But the frame was definitely bent like a V. And then it looked like the fire department took the jaws of life to the driver's side door and cut that apart.
Now, can you explain the cutting of safety belts? There's a lot of people thinking that one of them cut the safety belts.
Yeah. So, sorry, my dogs are going a little crazy here. So, when the fire department arrives on scene of a car accident, and we have to use the jaws of life, the big spreaders and the cutters to cut people out of a car, our goal is to not remove the people from the car. Our goal is to remove the vehicle from around the people as carefully as we can. Before we start putting those tools to work on the vehicle, we have to do a few things. We have to stabilize it so it doesn't move. We cut the seatbelts as long as it is safe to do so. We cut them out because if we have to cut the posts or anything like that where the seatbelts and the doors are, if we cut them while they're still attached to people, the tensioner can kick in and pull tighter on them. So we cut the seatbelts out. We take all the plastic trim off on those posts because with side curtain airbags and airbags all over vehicles now, and even electric vehicles where they have high voltage lines running through vehicles, we have to expose so we know where those are so we don't cut into them, because if we cut into one of those gas charges that fire off the airbags, it becomes like a missile and can hurt somebody. So we do all of that stuff. We take all of that stuff out first before we typically start cutting, and then we'll start spreading the doors. We'll pop the doors off. If we have to take the roof off, we'll take the roof off. Then we can take the post out between the two doors, the front and back doors. We can push dashboards up if people are trapped underneath it. But we have to do a lot of those things first, ensure that it's safe inside the vehicle for the people in there. And I think that's what a lot of people see in the one picture is on the passenger side. You see, it looks like it's at least two seatbelts cut. I think it's just the two ends of the same seatbelt kind of folding out. And I know that one was cut pretty smoothly. Like our seatbelt cutters are usually pretty good about going through them fast. But if somebody was cutting one with a seatbelt cutter, somebody might have been using a knife on the other, and that's why it looks a little jagged. I don't know. That's purely speculation, but that's typically what we do. So, do the new vehicles have the loaded bumpers? Yeah, a lot of them have the charges and the bumpers. That's all that for the impact for frontal airbags and stuff. So a lot of cars built today. They're built out of plastic, and even a minor fender bender nowadays looks like a terrible accident, but yet the people walk away unscathed.
Now,
So-
Jim, there is a question for you in the chat.
Any ideas how to put the electric fire out? We've been told to leave it, like a Tesla or something like that.
I think that's what they're talking about.
Yeah. So that's a whole new problem with these lithium-ion batteries in vehicles. We don't really have an agent yet to put them out because they burn at such a high temperature. I know in Texas they had one a few years ago, and that car burned for like 2 days, and they used like 38,000 gallons of water to try to extinguish it. You'll see now where they go underwater and they still burn.
Wow.
So, yeah, they're pretty dangerous. If we can get to them before they really start going on fire, sometimes they make these nozzles now where we can get them underneath the car where the battery is, and like a sprinkler, cool it down so it doesn't go into that thermal runaway. They'll try to do that, but if it's fully involved, yeah, it's going to take a long time to put them out.
So, Pineapple, no, they have not released anything pertaining to the time of unaliving of anybody that was involved in that vehicle. The medical examiner has not released any reports, which they're not going to.
It's scary if someone gets trapped in one of those cars. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we've seen too many instances. I know down here the instances of those vehicles going on fire is typically storm related. So lithium-ion batteries are used in everything these days, from your cell phones to smoke alarms in your home and vehicles, you name it, they're everywhere. And typically they are relatively safe as long as you're buying them from a reputable place. Sometimes Amazon and all those other places, although they might be cheaper, aren't the most reputable places to buy them. So the one thing I can tell anybody that has anything with a lithium-ion battery in it, whether it's one of those micro-mobility devices like a scooter or an e-bike, if you're charging them up, don't leave them unattended. Do not leave your home if you're charging them up. Do not go to sleep and leave them charging. Make sure you're using only the factory charger with them. Don't try to, use some makeshift one. And as soon as it's done charging, unplug it is the best thing that you can do.
I've heard all that too.
If you notice that I don't want to go into the whole physics of how they work, but basically there's like little barriers built inside of them. And whether they're being used, discharged, or being charged, there's like little ions that pass back and forth freely, depending on what state they're in. When that battery gets damaged and those little partitions get damaged inside, those ions start going back and forth really, really fast, and they start to heat up. And once they get to a certain point, it's called thermal runaway. And when they reach thermal runaway, it gets to the point where it'll just eventually explode. So that's why, you're seeing these people with these scooters charging them in apartment buildings, they're going on fire, like burning violently and stuff. So if you notice any damage to them, do not use them, take them out of service. So that is my fire safety battery tip for you 101. So why were they cut? Well, yeah, actually, that's a good point. They weren't wearing seatbelts, so why were they cut? The only other thing I could think of was if they were in the way when they had to do cutting. They cut them out anyway. I don't know.
Hey, Deb.
That is a good point, Angela, and I didn't even think of that.
How are you doing, Miss Deb? Deb's been dealing with surgery.
I actually thought that was something that you were addressing the whole time, that even though they weren't wearing the seatbelts, that maybe they were just in the way. So they might have
been in the way too. They might have. Sometimes people still put them, plug them in, and they sit on the seat just so the alarms aren't going off in the vehicle. I need to tell you, firefighters that used to do that in
I
fires.
am working on getting Bailey back in here because somebody asked a very valid question in the group, and she would be the perfect one to answer that question pertaining to dogs. So we'll see if we can get her in here.
The unoccupied car seat was buckled from what was reported. That's interesting.
Yeah, so maybe it was in the way, and that's why they cut it out. But even still, if I was going to cut posts, I would usually cut those seatbelts out, no matter
A
what.
lot of times you'll leave a car seat in. You'll just take the baby in and out, and you'll leave the car seat in, and the buckle is still in it too. So doesn't necessarily. My house gets to be a circus like that too, and they all feed off each other.
Oh wow, Deb, that sucks.
All day long with these two. That was what was presenting them, but that's here, preventing them from getting there. Yeah, that's Coda and Piper barking.
Mm-hmm.
My rescue pups.
Let me know if Bailey shows up.
Wasn't Dad full? Yeah, well, I think Mom, they said, was partial. So
Through the driver's side.
they might have had to go through the passenger side, so they might have been removing everything from that side to get through.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there she is.
Lex, no, we don't know who called the accident. We probably won't. Bailey.
Okay, so Bailey,
Yes.
I was asked a very intelligent question in our Facebook group.
Okay.
Okay, with Mom working at a landfill this far in, and knowing how landfills fill areas, bury it, fill it, bury it, fill it, bury it, would their dog be able to pick up a scent still?
First and foremost, good luck getting a handler that will put their dog in that situation.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Because,
Right?
unfortunately, I'm not one of them. There's way too much health risk, and God knows what when it comes to the dog. Very, very, very rarely will they do that. But as far as scent is concerned, if they had an area, that's kind of a hard one because, you're going to be searching landfill. Short answer is yes, the dog will be able to smell, obviously, what it needs to smell, what it's trained on, despite everything else. But at the same time, it's a needle on a haystack.
That's crazy to think that they could still smell through all that other stuff. That's
Okay.
powerful.
So here's the best way I can describe when it comes to detection dogs. So when you have a pot of chili and you're cooking a pot of chili, we as humans smell the chili. Okay? A dog smells every single ingredient separately that you put in that chili.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
So if you wanted your dog to smell out chili powder, they would specifically be able to smell out that chili powder.
Correct.
That's a good way to put it. But that's really interesting to know that they could still pick up a scent. But like I told them in the group, I don't know, but I know somebody that does know that.
It would be a very difficult task, but yes, it can be done, and it has been done. But again, there's
Putting the dog at risk.
yeah, it's too high of a risk. And even outside of a dog, even somebody as humans going into a landfill and getting in there and start digging around and searching, that is a huge health risk.
So Nicole had a question. How deep can a dog pick up a scent?
Yep.
Up to 40 feet. 40 feet buried, if not a little bit more. And up to 80 feet underwater.
Wow.
That's just insane.
That is.
Mm-hmm. Dogs are amazing. I have the
Yes,
best
they
dog.
are. Yeah, that's what I needed you for, to clear up some of these questions that people have been asking.
Yeah.
Because there ain't nobody that knows about dogs better than this young lady right next, down there.
Yeah.
So I call her for when it's time to talk about a dog.
What is your pup, Bailey? He is a border collie. and he's annoying me right now, I guess.
Oh, all the
They're
dogs.
special.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are a huge asset to search and rescue, detection, any of that. Um, I mean, we as humans can only do so much, but um, dogs, they are just incredible, and to not utilize that tool in these fields is just it's a disservice. It really is because they can do so much more work and faster than we can.
Wow.
At what age do you train a dog for this? I started Bailey at 8 weeks old. But typically, I mean, you can start puppies on environmentals and some association with scent at a very young age, but like true training doesn't typically start until about a year and a half. Is when we really dive into getting out in the field and truly searching.
Right, Savannah? I felt the same way.
Bailey is the only working border collie in Oklahoma.
Wow.
They are. There is border collies in search and rescue. They are few and far between. Typically, they're labs, goldens, and when you get on the detection side, shepherds and Malinois and stuff like that. But search and rescue is typically floppy-eared dogs, and very few of them are border collies. And a lot of it is just because of border collie and their genetics. Genetically, they are herding dogs make great search and rescue dogs, but with border collies, they are genetically built to hunt with their eyes, which is a contradiction to search and rescue. Dogs, you need them to search with their nose, not their eyes. So that's why you don't see very many border collies in search and rescue.
Is that why you started early with him like that?
I did. He just, when I first got him, he literally, I really didn't have any intention on progressing him into SAR, but I mean, he would shove his nose into everything. I would always say, I'd make the joke, is he's sniffing to China. And that was just like, he's the anomaly. And so I started training with him and he excelled in it. So here we are.
That's awesome.
Yes.
And Bailey's cute.
Yes.
Bailey is a cute little dog.
And ornery.
No.
Very, he's the instigator between the two. But, so yeah, I mean, any other questions? Feel free to ask them while I'm here.
Somebody asked a question. Can a dog be trained at 2 years age, 2 years old to be certified?
So typically it takes anywhere between a year and a half to 2 years to fully train, at least for the dogs that I put hands on. So yes, they can, if they have the qualities that they need to have going into SAR. So not every dog is qualified to be a search and rescue dog.
What are those qualities?
They have to have certain qualities to them in order to even progress in training. So outside of SAR, when I do evaluations and selections for agencies that I get dogs and train them for, that's all I can say on that, is I actually go overseas and I evaluate dogs. And I will go through this last trip that I went on. I evaluated almost 80 dogs and only picked 6.
Wow.
So it's a very
qualities.
Yeah, it's a very strenuous evaluation, and the qualities is they got to have good hunt drive. They got to use their nose, not their eyes. They got to have great environmentals. They have to be able to recover quickly, which is, when you see a dog and you make a really loud bang or a generator comes on or whatever, and they kind of startle, that fight or flight, I want a dog that's going to fight. I don't want a dog that's going to flight.
What does fight look like?
Fight is I'm standing my ground or I'm actually going to come at you.
Okay.
And so that's what I'm looking for in detection world. SAR, I want a dog that is completely 100% neutral. They need to be human neutral, dog neutral, environmentally neutral. Because I can't have a dog in a field, especially on live fine, that has a fight in them. Because I don't want the victim to scare them and then they bite. That's a huge liability. So a dog for search and rescue, they have to be completely and utterly neutral on everything. So again, just because you have a dog that sniffs the ground or sniffs something or whatever does not mean it's search and rescue quality.
Ooh, that brings up something in my memory. So when I was back in New York and we were starting our urban search and rescue team, and they wanted to add canines to the search and rescue team, our county wanted to do it the cheap way. They said, why do we have to go out and get new canines and then train people to be handlers? We have them already in our police department. The canine unit has them. So they decided they were going to take the canines for PD, which were meant to search.
Tracking and apprehension.
Yep. And so they're like, well, we're going to do this drill and we're going to test these dogs out. And they put another thing we weren't supposed to do. They put live victims in a simulated collapse pile and then sent the dogs in.
Oh, wow.
And they did exactly what they were supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
One of them grabbed my buddy, who was a live victim, by the arm and dragged him out.
Wow.
And he ended up getting 20 or 30 stitches in his arm.
Yeah, I would have told the captain to go first.
Yeah, right. And we were like, I don't think you guys can do this. I'm like, I think you need like special dogs for this. Like, it's not those are like search and destroy, not like search and hey, they're over here.
Exactly. No, and it's, again, when it comes to training, you've got to, being on the other side of detection work, because search and rescue, search and recovery, no matter if it's live find or human remains, it is detection. There's different branches of detection, and outside of search and rescue with what I do, that's a whole nother field of detection. They could be going into search and rescue. They could be going into actual schools. They could be going into tracking and apprehension. So, but at those bases, you have to know what that dog is going to be. Where are they placing these dogs at, right? So, again, some dogs I want that fight. Some dogs I'm like, nope, that's a wash. And again, you go through 80 and you might come back with 6. You go through 85 and you might come back with 3. So,
Wow.
it's one of those things to where you have to be very diligent in that, because the last thing you want to do is put all the time by this dog, put all the time and training into it, and you still end up washing it because it's just not going to work. That's not the dog's job.
That was one of my other things too with those dogs, were because I'm like, on that day, that dog did exactly what he was trained to do.
Mm-hmm.
So now if you start, telling a dog off, or, giving commands or saying no or whatever, now you're confusing that dog because he trained him to do one thing and he did it.
Right.
And now suddenly it's like,
What do I do?
don't do it. So I was like, man, we like messed up. No, not me. I wasn't in charge, but somebody messed up on a lot of levels there.
Yeah, I mean, and it probably costs, most likely could cause a lot, the agency, the department, a lot of money to fix, because you're right, it does cause confusion. So once you're training a dog to do X, Y, and Z, and that's their job, period. We talked about dual dogs the other night, but this is a different scenario. And then, like you said, you're like, no, don't do that. But I've been trained for the last 3-5 years to do that. Now, the next time they're on a track and they need to be doing their apprehension part, they're going to go, I'm new, what do I do? And then you've got an issue.
Bailey, someone asked, do dogs sometimes taste the water to find HR?
They can, but very rarely do they.
More of a scent.
Yes. So when they are water dogs, which is HR dogs, they are on a boat, and that boat is basically doing a grid on that body of water. And so they're going back and forth. They're actually gritting it out. And that dog is on the boat and it's using its nose to alert when it comes across the gas that's coming up off of that water. So when they're doing that grid, that boat is going very, very slow. And once the dog alerts, then they start dragging that area.
All right, so we're gonna allow Rebecca to clear some misinformation or anything pertaining to the family. Just Rebecca, keep it respectful, please. I sent you an invite. And we did explain to everybody no one will be discussing what happened with the younger child.
Right. Thank you, Rebecca.
You'll get a notification.
I just want to say real quick while we're waiting on her, Bailey, I had no clue that dogs were used in water finds. Never. Didn't know they could. Hey, Jonathan.
It's
Yes.
not doing anything.
They,
Listen, Rebecca, is your account private? No, it shouldn't be because you're able to get a. I've had somebody up here with 1 follower. Let's get her to 20 followers. She can remove them afterwards.
Go find Rebecca and follow her.
yeah, the water HRD dogs, they are very few and far between and very highly skilled.
Yeah, I know you can get in a box with 0. It's not letting you. That don't make no sense.
Okay, click on Rebecca Chaplin, click follow. I just followed. Again, you can remove us afterwards if you want.
Okay, I just sent another invite. Let's see if it works.
Guests are off, Dan. Is that why? Somebody said.
No, only I can request them to join.
It is such an important job.
And you explained,
It's not letting you. That don't make no sense.
so much better how they smell with that chili analogy.
Yeah.
'Cause I've always used a different one, and yours I think I'm going to start using.
You're more than welcome. It's literally the best way I've been able to bridge that gap in understanding.
It actually makes me feel bad for some of the scents that are strong for me and how strong they must be for my dog if something's happening in the house, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's what I kind of used to use. Like, why does a dog sniff poop? And it's like you smell poop, but they smell all the delicious things that poop previously, type of thing. But the chili one is much better.
Oh, God.
So Rebecca, when you get the invite, what are you clicking? Accept?
Oh, maybe Rebecca needs to follow some people. It says follow 10 people, Rebecca.
Try shutting down the app and coming back in.
Yeah, reset it.
I do want to say on the smell with the dogs and stuff like that, that's another thing that we have to be as handlers in the field aware of. Do we have, broken gas lines? Do we have any hazardous materials invisible gases that, you know, we as humans can't smell, but they can, and could potentially be a huge health risk for them. So every time we're sending them in, whether it's urban, natural disasters and stuff like that, stuff that we as handlers have to think about and try our best to mitigate, because every time we are putting our dog in danger. Every time there is a possibility that that dog's not going to make it back. And that's the risk that we take, and that's the job we signed up for.
Every one of those search and rescue dogs at 9/11 at the World Trade Center died in like a year and a half of
From cancer.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because all the stuff they inhaled and stuff by doing their job. So canines are very
I'm so sad.
they're very special souls.
Is
But
it
an important
not
tool.
letting you, Rebecca?
That's odd. What else can we do?
Hey, Rebecca, do you see a request button on the bottom of the screen? Where you see it says guest?
Mine says multi-guest.
My dog likes to lay in the grass and smell dandelions. That's not a bad place for him. That's a good scent.
So one said just like North Carolina.
Click on that, Rebecca.
That's exactly true, because obviously we were deployed to West North Carolina, and there has been, as far as my knowledge to be fact, I think we're at 3 or 4 dogs, canines, that have passed. And one of the things, as not only a trainer but as a handler, first thing that we did literally the next day, I had actually called my vet prior to getting on the plane coming back, saying, hey, we're coming back from deployment. Bailey needs to come in and get a checkup. And that's just an overall health checkup. And a lot of handlers do that. But there was some stuff even in North Carolina that caused some health issues, not only for us as handlers, but for the canines as well.
Rebecca, try following 10 people. You can remove them all afterwards.
Did your dog check that okay though?
Yeah, he's fine. Personally, I've had some just some weird chest issues. It's not bronchitis, it's not COVID, it's not flu, it's not pneumonia, but it took me forever to get over it, and they could never pinpoint what it was. And it happened, it started probably, I would say, about 5 days after being dropped in.
It could have been some mold spores or something like that. Because I mean, it doesn't take long for mold to grow after something like that.
Yeah, and so I mean, I'm a very natural person, so I started doubling up on my oil of oregano, and it worked. I'm getting better, but so again, even in a flooding situation or stuff like that, I guess people don't realize the health concerns all the way around.
Yeah, that was one of my arguments when I lost my house in Hurricane Sandy. Because they were like, "Oh, you can take our 12-year-old was an infant at the time, and they're like, oh, you can just take all this stuff to like a commercial dry cleaner and clean it." But where I lived in New York, there was no public sewers, so it was all cesspools and septic systems. So not only did we have the bay and ocean water in our house, we had everybody's septic systems. And on top of that, my neighbor had an abandoned oil tank for their heating unit in their house, and filled my house with old fuel oil, and that was all over everything. So when you walked in my house, it was that pungent odor of cesspool, of sewer, and fuel oil. And I'm like, I would never clean this stuff and put it back on my kids, like ever.
Right. Total loss at that point. Somebody asked how old Bailey is. He is 3.5.
Is Rebecca still in here?
Somebody just tagged her, it looks like.
Ashley, no.
Bailey checked out fine. He bounced back great. I, on the other hand, had a little bit of some issues, but I'm good now.
Hey, Lacey's here. What's up, Lace? How was Santa Claus today?
Hi, Bailey. What are you doing, pretty puppies?
Hello, puppers.
Ball.
Cheryl, as far as we know, yes.
Oh, look at that face.
My little panda bear.
Oh,
Felicia, no new updates right now. Other than we did create a new Bookface group for people to join and get valuable information without having to worry about being censored. Felicia, it's on the screen. That's the name of it.
I had to do something for a second. Did we lose Rebecca, or are we still trying?
I don't know.
Okay.
So it's Find Missing Caleb Collins, Alabama.
Oh my God, look at Bailey.
that face. Oh.
Hey, Bailey. Oh, those ears. He heard.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, pretty blue eyes.
That's what he's staring at.
Is he waiting for your approval to touch it?
Yep.
I thought so.
He is an excellent listener.
Yeah.
Official, that's up to you guys. A lot of people were being removed for making comments that were connected to the case, so we created a new one when I got a bunch of messages this morning.
Sit.
Oh my goodness.
Off. Okay.
Oh.
It makes so much sense when you say that it is a game. Like it's a game to them. Any kind of search and recovery, like it becomes that game for them. And watching that even.
Your husband wishes you listen that good. Tina.
I feel like I need you to come down to Florida to train my one rescue dog. He's a maniac.
You are so lucky you went that way. After that comment I seen in the chat, I thought you were going a different way.
Me too. I was waiting.
Charlie is my rescue. He is half border collie and half Malinois, and he's my little crackhead.
Oh. My older dog, Piper, she's a good dog. She listens very, very well. My son's dog, Coda, that's another story. So his ex-girlfriend used to her family rescued pregnant foster dogs, and that was Coda's mom was the first pregnant foster dog they got. So he was the only boy in that litter. My son helped deliver him and raise him, and he's the most untrainable dog. He is just like I've tried so
Dogs are
hard.
trainable.
Certified
good.
now.
He listens good sometimes, but other times he's just like,
He's got selective hearing.
yeah.
I've got selective reading.
So here's a good one. Back it up. Back.
I kind of have selective everything.
Back. Closer. 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 Wait. Back it up. Closer. Closer. Okay.
Wow.
Oh my God, I love it.
Impressive.
It is. I love it.
So your daughter trained a mallard?
Oh, wow.
What's up, K9? Yeah, she shared it out to everyone.
Ashley, yeah, it's really sad. It's a very sad case.
This is a very sad case because there's so many twists and turns.
And I don't know if you guys were on the live, like when they were actually doing the dig and we were on live and everything, but Bailey was actually such a benefit to that situation. I think people were really frustrated to see them just take down, the tape, and they had 2 dogs and everything. And they're like, well, what happened? And so she just explained like a ton of detail about what dogs are really there for and what they can do and how. That's how we even got here.
Now, K9 AFF, what is your specialty? Hey, Rose.
Off.
Nicole, so does my daughter. I mean, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Back. Back. Back.
K9 handler and academy instructor. That's interesting.
Closer.
Here, let's get your intake on this.
Closer.
You're retired law enforcement. Let's bring you up. Let's hear your input on this.
Back. Okay.
I'm trying to get Danny Miner in here, but he's always too busy.
How is everybody?
Hanging in there.
Hello.
Henrietta, I guess you sent me the invite, so I don't really know what's going on this case with this child.
So I'll explain it. I'll do a quick overview because there are some new folks in here. So on December 8th, there was a tragic car accident that took the life of Caleb's dad and his sister. Mom is in ICU, non-responsive, in a coma. Law enforcement did not find out if... Okay, Kate Bailey. Law enforcement did not know anything about Caleb being missing until one of the family members asked, well, where's Caleb? So law enforcement went back out to the scene, searched the scene, did not find Caleb. Come to find out through their investigation, nobody had seen Caleb since. All right, let's see if it works. All right, see if it works, Rebecca. It must not have worked.
That's odd.
Hang on.
You need to follow 2 more people, only following 8. Rebecca, are you following at least 10 people?
Follow 2 more, Rebecca. You can always remove them. And then jump out and jump back in. So anyway, K9. They did search the property after. Well, let me start back where it was. They realized that he was missing after a family member reached out, right? And found out that nobody's seen him since September 4th. After that, grandfather was arrested on the 11th for failing to report a child missing, and the child. Here, I'll pull it up. I got a bad memory.
You've done really good so far.
That's what it states right there, Bailey. Or I mean K9FF. Okay, so Rebecca, did you go out and come back in? Once they learned all that, they searched the family's property. They did have it taped off as a crime scene. After they searched it with the dogs and was out there digging, they were not able, they relinquished the crime scene. Now, our question is, when they remove crime scene tape, does that mean that they cleared that crime scene?
Yes, but it doesn't mean that they won't or can't go back at another date.
Right. And the other question, a lot of people get flustered when they don't hear updates from law enforcement. That's a common thing, correct?
That's very correct. I speak on that all the time. I'm sure you guys are aware of the Sebastian Rogers case, and that's a prime example. We do not divulge all the information that we know for many reasons. But that doesn't mean that they're, that's more for the preserving the case to the best of their ability to keep from tainting the investigation. So it's important that they refrain from giving too much information out on any, and especially when it comes to missing people or missing children, should I say.
Makes sense.
Okay, Rebecca, I sent you another invite.
Why did they not take truck to search?
Understand too that one of the major reasons is because if this individual, child or adult, is missing, and let's say it's because of foul reasons, somebody else is involved, you do not want to give up too much information. To give you an example, my agency just recently, we found a huge trafficking ring here in Texas. And you can't divulge too much information because, well, what happens if it gets out to the public and that news spreads, then that can jeopardize the investigation and put those lives in a lot more danger than they already are.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we were looking for.
Can I ask you a question? You may not know, but like there happened to be a work truck at that house that didn't seem like they took it or seized it or anything. Do you know why that would happen?
Well, it would. Okay. Well, there's a lot of reasons why they may not have taken it. First of all, did they, you would have to know in law enforcement if it pertained, did it belong there? There's so many questions around that. Did it belong there? Did it belong to a neighbor? Did it just get put there Does it have any evidence of anything involved? Because people go missing, we don't seize vehicles unless we know that there is a direct,
relation to
connection. Right. There's got to be a direct connection.
because in my mind, as somebody who doesn't know, I'm like, oh, there's another truck there, connection. But for you guys, it doesn't necessarily mean that.
Right. And we have to go based on what we know and what evidence we have. Do we know if they even brought in tracking dogs or anything?
Yes, they did.
Well, they brought in cadaver dogs because the child hasn't been seen since September.
They didn't bring in a tracking dog.
I don't believe
For
so.
sure. Yeah.
See, I mean, and that's kind of the same thing with the Sebastian Rogers case, that a cadaver dog's great if it picks up on the scent of cadaver, but it does no good if the child left there alive.
Well, see that. Oh, wait. Did she request? No.
That's all she said. She couldn't do anything. Go to your settings, give TikTok permission for mic and camera. Rebecca. And then shut it down and then come back in. Well, no, I mean, that was just clarification to begin with, K9 AFF. So I appreciate that. Because to a lot of us who don't know anything, that's, we're like, why? Why wouldn't you take it? It's on the scene,
Right. Yeah, they wouldn't have and like I said, unless they have a way to preserve everything that they have. I mean, could you imagine what our evidence rooms and our vehicular lots would look like if we seized everything at every house for every reason? I mean, there would be no room for anything.
Yeah.
So there would have to be a direct connection. I mean, if they found any cadaver smell or anything like that, they may seize the vehicle if they don't go ahead and process the scene.
So let me answer this question real quick. Kathy, if they find him, the missing child alert on Alabama law enforcement social media page will be removed. Probable cause. Oh, Moses is in here.
Yeah, he popped in a few minutes ago.
Oh, I didn't even see him. He's the other one I reach out to for law enforcement questions. All right, who's requesting? I keep seeing somebody request, but nobody's showing up there.
I wonder if that's Rebecca and TikTok fighting.
Oh, you canceled? Okay. That's why I don't leave request on, because people go to comment and accidentally hit the request button. Actually, we do what we can because we don't want this case going cold. The more eyes that stay on this case, the better chance it stays out into the public eyes. How did the child go missing? Nobody knows. Cassie, I don't even know what you mean. Did you give me a promotion? I don't know nothing about promotion, so that's new to me. Local media is covering it, Moses. Here, I'll let you up. It's easier for you to talk than type unless you're driving.
We don't know about the Jasper property. Like about them searching it or not.
Hey Dan, hey guys.
Hey Moses. So you were asking about is local media all over this? Moses, the only news agency so far that I haven't seen covering it's News Nation. I sent an email to the contact you sent me, and I'm sure I'll hear more back when she gets back to the office Monday.
Yeah, that's it's really sad. Um, is there any? Do you know if there are any other surviving members of the family that could potentially be interviewed?
So the rest of the family hasn't really, they're not on really speaking terms. They didn't even know anything about Caleb being missing. So when they were talked to, the family members were told that Caleb was with a family friend, and the family friends told the family members, or how did that go?
Well, it was just back and forth. If you were a family, you were told that Kayla was with friends. If you were friends, you were told Kayla was with family.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'd like to know
Yeah,
when it started, by the way, because that would be a key piece.
And we don't even know where the September 4th date came into play.
Yeah, because originally it said what, September 10th?
well, hopefully, law enforcement
Oh,
where this child had their his last medical appointment or doctor's visit, because then hopefully some medical records can shine some light as if there was any red flags or anything like that.
Yeah, I hope so. There's got to be. There's got to be doctor stuff they're checking into, digital footprint. They have to be, and we're not going to know.
and said it could have been a doctor's visit.
Mm-hmm.
I wish we could get Rebecca in here. She might know.
Ew.
Because I'm sure she hasn't spoken with the family very much. Because the way it's been made to appear, none of them knew this child was missing.
Yeah, I would urge any neighbors or surrounding area to please look at the ring footage, video surveillance cameras, just to see if we see any activity that might shed some light. Just, when you probably don't know this happened, you won't think twice about what activity you might capture on your video. But now that you know this happened, there might be some clues there about people going and coming, um, license plate readers, all that. Hopefully, I'm sure they're doing that, but I'm just thinking out loud and speaking out loud. And
Yeah, I'm sure law enforcement has done all that if they're not already or still doing it.
Well, there isn't very many. Okay, so there's a neighbor across the street, but the neighbors on that area are not close at all. I mean, they're spaced out.
right, yeah, that's a challenge.
And the neighbor across the street said she's lived in her residence since April, and she's never seen a child.
I know there's been talk about the use of cadaver dogs, but do you know if they used the bloodhound yet? Any bloodhound dogs have been
No, we
utilized?
do not. We didn't see no bloodhounds.
No, we didn't see it.
No. So I've had people in my box with one follower before, so I don't know why it's not letting her up there.
I'm thinking it's got to be a setting on her TikTok that she's got to go and look at.
And I'd like to, since you guys are doing a live on this, and he made a reference to the bloodhounds, I'd like to, just so some of your followers can understand possibly why he brought that up. Bloodhounds are the elite of the elite when it comes to sniffing out anything. We have approximately 5 million scent receptors. They have approximately 220 million scent receptors, give or take. They can sniff out a drop of hydrochloric acid or a drop of blood, which is in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and that's with the scent dispersed. So that's how honed in they are with their scenting abilities.
Do usually Do all areas usually have bloodhounds, or is that just some do, some don't?
No, unfortunately, they don't. A lot of times you'll find that not all agencies will have the bloodhounds, but if they have any search and rescue teams that are from the outside, they will. So, but, you know, whether they get used or not, that's up to the agency involved.
Wow.
Okay, so I don't see Danny showing up anytime soon. Mr. Daniel.
Told you. He's busy.
And it's not like he could sneak in unless he turns his gifts and everything off.
The information about the dogs is so pivotal, and I appreciate you guys sharing that, and even you, Detective Moses, about your information too, because especially while it's quiet and we think we've seen all this stuff, people get frustrated and antsy. We all do. So it just gives us a different perspective.
Yeah. Somebody did ask the question about if Caleb is found alive, who would get the Caleb? More than likely, the Department of Child Protection Services will get involved, and they will determine potentially.
Oh wait, sorry.
Yeah, let's let them know.
Not to interrupt. AFF, I appreciate your thought process. Can I drop you real quick? I got 2 more people ready.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
He was great source there, Dan.
Obvious. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a law enforcement officer and another canine.
Come back.
Hello.
Officer, stand by. I sent. There you go. Yeah, thank you, Shane. All right. Did you get the request, stand by? There he is. It's not. What is going on?
Not showing. Yeah.
Let me change the grid pattern. Maybe that's what the problem is.
Maybe with Rebecca too. Try her again.
Officer, stand by. Hit one of those boxes. That's Caitlin. No, there you go. Officer, stand by. There you go. Is Rebecca in here?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
Okay.
So this is a twist and turn case. Officer, stand by.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Nice to see you.
So on December 8th, there was an accident that involved the mom, the dad, and Caleb's sister, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tragically, the dad and Caleb's sister did not survive the accident. Mom's in intensive care
Okay.
in a coma.
Okay.
They were not aware of Caleb being missing. A family member asked law enforcement, well, where's Caleb? That's when they were alerted to Caleb being missing. So they went back out to the crash site, searched the crash site, and were not able to find anything connected to Caleb there. They later found out that Caleb hadn't been seen since September 9th. So once that occurred, Grandpa was arrested on December 11th for failing to report a missing child because he had guardianship of both the children. And that him failing to report those children could have caused bodily harm or death, and also the child had injuries. Who's requesting? Oh, Nana. I don't know who that is. And that child was moved to an unknown location.
Yeah.
Without reporting the child missing. So we got AFF, he was retired law enforcement. So he was able to speak as to why they would remove the crime scene tape if that means that the area is cleared and everything. But your thought process when you go out to a accident scene
Yeah.
and you see, I wonder if I could switch the grid pattern.
For what?
So you said there were multiple fatalities at the car accident, correct?
Correct.
Dad and daughter. Yes.
And how old was the daughter?
2 years old.
Was there injection? Was there like car seat
Yes.
involved? They
Yes.
all got injected, or a couple of them got ejected?
Mom and dad. Dad got ejected and mom partially. I'm gonna show you photos.
Mom partially out of the driver's side.
Okay,
No.
now did this happen on like a state road, county road, highway? I mean, local town road. Where did the accident happen? What type of roadway?
Highway 73 in Alabama.
Do you know, Jim?
So the thing with fatalities, or possible fatality, let's say someone has to get medevaced or airlifted somewhere, is that unfortunately the world or the United States rolls on commerce. So if it's a local road, like a town road, they'll take their sweet time. But sometimes on interstates, highways, or state roads, even if there's a fatality, they'll try pushing it along and rushing it. Now, usually, Alabama, that means Alabama Highway Patrol would most likely work that case, because if it happened on a highway like that, Alabama, they
Everybody's
know.
saying county road. Does that mean something?
A county road? I thought you said it was a highway.
Well, a lot of people in the chat are saying county
County
road.
Road 73. So, officer standby.
County road, so then the sheriff's office. What? Yes.
So, the photo you see is the entrance of the accident site. We're trying to figure out, from a law enforcement perspective, we already had Moses speak about this as well. If you went out to that scene and it looked like that, and that's just the entrance, does that look like somebody attempted to stop the accident without seeing any type of...
That photo right there?
Yep.
You mean like someone tried to stop the accident?
Right, like stop, swerve, anything.
He was going 92 and a 45.
Yeah, you don't see any skid marks.
Daytime or
tire marks.
nighttime? Daytime or nighttime?
Daytime. 10 a.m.
Anytime.
Did they get the toxicology report on them yet?
That's not been released.
On the driver? Not, but the toxicology hasn't been released?
Right.
So we don't know if they were intoxicated or impaired by narcotics, right? We don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know. The roads were wet and rainy.
Yeah, we don't know
What
that,
is
but
the,
law enforcement may know that.
What'd you say?
Yeah, we don't know that, but law enforcement may have the answer to that.
What about, do we know the prior criminal history of the driver?
We can't pull up anything. That doesn't mean he doesn't have it. But we've tried to pull.
I mean, like, because if he has a history of, previous conviction of narcotics or DUIs, I mean, that's broad daylight. You said it happened.
Yeah.
But just on that scene alone, would you make an assumption on that? Like on, it looks like, he did or didn't swerve or try to stop, or no?
From what that looks like, from what I can see right there, is it kind of looks like where those little flags are at. It looks like someone can mistake that as like a roadway, like a dirt road. I mean, maybe the picture's too small, but it's like I can see someone trying to use that spot to pull off, do something.
At 92 miles an hour, though.
No, what I'm saying is that it can be perceived as something like so.
I assume those flags were put in by law enforcement as part of their crime scene investigation. I don't think they were there at the time of the collision.
So maybe this photo will help you, officer standby. It's 30 feet from the road to this tree, right?
Okay, yeah, let me see. Yeah,
This is the truck.
yeah, mangled.
There's no skid marks of like trying to stop or anything leading up to it, correct? Are we reading that correctly?
So what I could tell you as far as my perspective, learning about the facts of this case, when you look at all the facts, it does appear to me that this was an intentional act of murder-suicide. of using the traffic collision as a way to accomplish that, the murder suicide. And now that we have a little boy also missing, that concerns me. And I think the one that knows more than maybe sharing with law enforcement is the grandfather that was charged. And I think that's what he was charged in hopes that maybe he will cooperate with the investigation at this point and share what he does know. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Rebecca, click on the one of those boxes and see if it'll let you request.
Yeah, click on that box that says request. I mean, would you have an opinion on that, officer standby? Like,
Yeah,
just
yeah. So like, there have been accidents before where, if you have someone that's messed up, their reaction time is completely different. Now, do we know what year that model is of that vehicle?
I
No.
understand why you're asking now, though. Okay, I get that.
Because yeah, you can view it as an intentional, but there have been times I have 2 different vehicles. I have my regular vehicle and then I have a Challenger. Now, I'm not saying it's a Challenger, but there are times I'm driving that Challenger and a different horsepower, and it feels like I'm going 65 miles an hour and I'm going almost 90. So there's plenty of accidents where people do not brake and they just, well, they're on their phone lighting a cigarette, a pipe, intoxicated. You just go right off. Was there arguing involved? You said there were 3 people, a kid and 2 people in the driver and passenger seat, right?
Right.
There was one kid in the car.
In the back seat or whatever?
Yeah, I believe so. And nobody was buckled.
No, of course. People down south don't believe in seatbelts. It's just I don't understand. I'm serious. They don't believe in seatbelts.
I can attest to that. Yep.
So that I wouldn't hold any weight into that. It's like these people have the belief no one's going to tell me I have to do something. That's what it's about. How old's the grandpa?
55.
55.
Oh, that's still young.
Okay, but that makes sense why you were asking if there was toxicology on him, if maybe he was inebriated of some sort, because his reaction time may have been different regardless.
Oh, yeah. I won't just...
We don't know. We have no idea.
That's the thing.
But
was there a pending court case with the dad, the driving? Do we know for a fact his life was in turmoil? Would make him want to end it?
So there was alleged DV in the household.
Okay.
And Grandpa got custody of the 2 children due to a CPS investigation.
And the only other thing we have is a Facebook post from him on November 6th, which is almost a month earlier, of him saying that his child that is missing had health problems.
Well, I'd say the problem is when we have the guy's name, I'd love to know his history, because if it's a guy that has no history whatsoever, and you can look at it like this: let's say this guy's a decent human being, no prior criminal history, whatever it is, has a good job or a decent job, he gets a DV. Most likely you're going to lose your job, even if you're innocent. I'm not saying he is, but and that can turn your life into shambles. Look at it on the flip side, the guy, kids are kids. Guy was probably not an upstanding, good human being, didn't have much going for him, and said, F it, it's just not worth it. So it's, you can look at, both sides of the coin on that.
No, that's definitely another side that you've shown us. Yeah.
Now that the little boy. So how many days from the accident to was he last seen?
September 4th. Let's see. The accident was December 8th.
So he was last seen December 4th.
September 4th. September 4th, so months before.
September or December?
So September 4th is when the boy was missing, but December 8th is when the accident happened. But they didn't know that until the grandpa was arrested on December 11th. They searched
so 3 months?
for 8 days around that crash site.
So the kid, no one's seen the kid for 3 months?
Right.
You said September, right? Not December 4th.
September
September 4th.
4th is when the boy was last seen,
September.
apparently. But no one knew that until
That's
this
what-
wreck. Like, that was not known that Kahleb was missing at all until this wreck. This wreck happened December 8th, December 9th. They found out that Kahleb was missing when they asked family where Kahleb was because he wasn't in the wreck. Searched for him for 8 days. Couldn't find him anywhere. But in that meantime, December 11th, they arrest Grandpa. And then that's when they come out that he hadn't been seen since September 4th.
Now, here's a question: was the dad driving? Was he under investigation for anything, possibly?
Dad was driving.
For example, do we know that they said, oh, he was under? So they didn't know the kid was missing until their accident,
Right.
Right.
because I can see it. You can start getting me to believe that it was intentional
Right.
if he was being investigated for the missing kid, and if he knows what happens to the kid, it's not worth it and wanting to end it. That would be more plausible. I would go more of leaning towards intentional suicide if that's the case. But apparently no one knew the kid was missing until the accident, right?
Right.
So everybody in that household knew that child was missing. Mom,
I mean, they
Dad,
knew,
Grandpa.
but the cops. I mean, you can get away with something for the longest time, and all of a
Right.
sudden a cop comes knocking on your door, or a school call saying, "Hey, have you seen that kid?" No, now they're on to me. You know, then your whole mentality changes.
Right.
And we don't know anything other than that there was a November 6th post where, Dad posted that Kahleb, the missing child, had all these medical problems. But at the time, nobody knew that he was being. In the meantime, which I guess between September and this wreck, if anybody asked about Kahleb, they were told, "Oh, he's with family," or "Oh, he's with friend." Nobody had seen him.
I detective, hang on. Rebecca, your account is private. That's why you can't get up in the box.
Where's the mom? The mom, like, what happened to her?
I see you.
She's in a medically induced coma from what I...
And so the grandpa had custody. Both mom and dad didn't have custody, correct?
Correct.
Oh, then that basically, okay, well, that's answering more
Lived
questions.
together, but they were living together. Grandpa had custody, but they were living together.
How do we know how far they lived from the grandpa, their house, or do they all live in the same house? No, they
They
couldn't
all
live in
lived
the
in
same
the
house.
same house.
Same house.
Oh, they all did live. Wow.
All lived together.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah, I can change the photo. Give me a second. Sorry, guys.
But just at that photo before he changes it real quick, officer standby, does that strike you that there doesn't seem to be like any breaking or weird spots in the grass leading up to that?
No, because
okay.
see, the reason I say that is a normal person's reaction is to brake. But there's a lot of accidents where if you just, people have said, I braked, I hit my brakes, and the road pattern doesn't show that.
Okay.
And these people, I mean, when you talk to them, I mean, wholeheartedly, they believe they hit the brakes, and they didn't. If the car was also jerry rigged and it's an older model, and I hate to use certain terms, but like a car that's barely running, that they're doing all the work on themselves, I mean, you could have brakes failing. But then yet again, they said that he was going around 92 miles an hour, right?
Yep.
How they gave that within a day? They told you that they announced that, or it took them a couple of days?
Yeah, they said that they got it from the event data recorder.
That's in the
The
picture
what?
behind me. Go ahead.
The event data recorder. Basically, the vehicle's black box.
And the picture behind me shows the Toyota Tacoma.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, then see. Okay, so the only thing, okay, like the little girl in the back seat. Why? You could have me sold on it being 100% intentional.
Mm-hmm.
See, me, I wish I was out there.
Yeah, same, Dan.
Yeah.
I'd love to walk it myself.
Oh, show him the other picture of the truck. I can do that.
Mm.
We got multiple angles of the truck.
That's definitely a lot of perspective on what you were saying about the braking, and if he was inebriated, we don't know.
This is when they look appears to be for moving the truck because you see the tailgate's gone.
What
you
what part of Alabama?
Winfield,
Where?
Glen Allen.
Winfield?
Glen Allen, Alabama, near Winfield.
You said Mount Olive?
Glen
Allen.
Glen Allen.
Glen Allen. Let's see something real quick.
It was between 10 and 11 a.m. They were about a mile from their house on the way back, going 92 and a 45.
Glen Allen. Let's see.
Did Rebecca try to click a request? Did it not work?
She turned her account private after people. We were trying to get her up in a box, but now her account's private.
Well, you got to make it public, then go out and come back in, Rebecca, if you're here.
It's the problem is when people look at speeds per speed limit on a road, people sometimes think too much into that. I mean, who doesn't speed? I know I speed all the time. I mean, who doesn't speed? So, I mean, unless you're talking about a road with a lot of bends, if there's no one on that road, I mean, you can easily be going 30 or 40 over the speed limit, and it's no big deal. Now, smaller roads, obviously, the speed's going to matter more. But I mean, you have people. Again, a posted speed limit sign is just someone posting a speed limit sign.
Right.
I mean, there's roads that on a certain time of the day there's no one on. Again, you can literally go 20 or 30, or some roads no one actually goes the speed limit. The speed limit is 20 miles over the speed limit. That's what, because everyone goes with the flow of traffic.
I know plenty.
So when you say 92 and a 45, I mean, yeah, that seems a lot, but there's certain roads where that's okay. Well, you see that.
But gosh, 92, that's crazy. But I do hear what you're saying.
Now, but I don't know that road. Like, again, that's like, now,
Right.
if that road's very bendy and windy, then wait a minute, that you got to take a step back.
Now, I did have somebody do a drive and give me a video. It's definitely a road that needs paved. It does have some twists and turns in it. Not really major twists and turns, but enough to make 92 miles an hour be very dangerous.
Yeah.
I think it was just that one section that wasn't actually windy, but many other parts of that road were very windy and curvy.
And it was raining.
And it was raining.
Oh, it was raining. It was raining?
Yes.
Oh, see, now that's just, wow.
But that's interesting to hear your thoughts on possibly inebriated, reaction time, people thinking that they pressed brakes and they didn't really. Interesting.
No, but I mean, it's raining out. I mean, who's going that speed in the rain?
Right.
Now, people do speed in the rain. There are idiots, but I mean, to that extent, in the rain.
Yeah. Well, and Officer Standby, somebody said, what are your thoughts on mom being partially ejected out of the driver's side window?
It all depends. Like, you can. It's when vehicles wreck or crash, the vehicles roll. I mean, I've seen a guy get unscathed, get thrown out of a Jeep, unscathed. I mean, you could have people ejected 15, 20 feet. It all depends on, like, I've seen photos and know a cop where a can of beans unalived him. That's
Wow.
it. A can of beans in the car because it rolled a couple of times. He had his seatbelt on, but it hit him in the head so hard.
Oh.
I mean, so again, what was in the car? If it's like a one of those cars where, you know, there's a bunch of junk in it and stuff like that, a person potentially could have hit some of that junk before getting a chance of being ejected, rather than the driver, you know, he can go first out, nothing's going to impact him. When you start rolling, you know, other things can obstruct that second person from getting fully out.
Okay. It's like originally people were wondering like, oh, well, were both parents in on this? But then when they found out that mom was partially ejected from the driver's side, they were wondering if she was trying to take part in stopping it.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you can have, if you have one person that's going that speed, another person saying, slow down, slow down, slow down, and a kid crying in the back, you know, very hectic environment. I mean, you're going that fast. I mean, it's not like someone's sleeping. You're just going, and you're like going that fast down a road. Most likely the other people in the car are going to be aware of what's happening.
Right.
Rather than being on a highway going that, and the last second just turning off and crashing in the ditch. I mean, that no one, there's a chance that no chance have time to react. Now, going that fast on a county road like that, I mean, people are going to know what's going on in the car. But again, if you have someone fighting for the wheel, there's most likely, not even from braking, but what is it, like tread marks or tire marks of like swerving back and forth, not braking. But when you're going that speed, you don't even need to brake. You can swerve to try to like avoid a deer or something like that, and it can, and you can create marks on a roadway. But there doesn't look like there's any sign of that. I don't know. I don't see it, and I mean.
Well, and I think that's what most people were, even myself, like talking about is like, oh, it doesn't even seem like there's any marks, you know, of like trying to stop, of trying to swerve, of anything. So that's what most people are paying attention to.
I think he's just trying to give you some different perspective, because you see some things nowadays that we used to not see, where, you know, a lot of different factors come in, you know, where sometimes people look down at the radio where they're texting and driving, and they go head on with another car, you know, in the same lane and never brake because they're distracted for, you know, a brief moment or two. So,
and at 92 miles an hour, 30 feet could probably go really fast.
Yeah, that comes up on you quick. And I know there's like a lot of questions in the chat too about, you know, how, you know, one went out the window this way, one went out over this way. You know, you're dealing with different positions in the vehicle, different size human beings too. So
yeah,
physics comes into play with all of this stuff. So it's like, I'm sure law enforcement that was there investigating and doing all that, you know, crime scene investigation and trying to reconstruct the scene probably have the answers. So a lot of these questions, we just aren't going to have them for a while.
Would a spin out leave a mark in the ground?
Were they obese?
No.
No.
Well, medically, I don't know if mom would have been considered that.
Like 200 plus, 250, like 300 pounds.
We don't know.
Right, we don't know.
Pam was somebody saying.
We don't know, but I mean, like it doesn't take much to be considered obese, honestly, doctors.
No, I'm talking about, when I say obese, I'm talking about like you're big.
No, neither one. No.
He didn't look like that.
No. I've got the picture behind me too, you can see too. No.
I mean, by the BMI schedule there, you know, I'm obese, so.
Right, that's what I was trying to say.
I'm using that word because TikTok won't allow me to use the word I want to use.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying obese, because yeah, obesity can, yeah, that's what I mean.
Right. Because
So,
that can obviously change projection.
Rebecca, they did not find him.
There's no other family members?
There's family members, but none of them have even seen Caleb since.
So, and we have no idea what Grandpa said. We have no idea what his version of events is. He's made
He lawyered up. He lawyered up fast.
Public defender, most likely, or a private. Do we know it's public defender or private?
We don't know.
Don't know. Originally, they had requested to suppress the DHR records on the case, and now his attorney has subpoenaed them, and the judge is reviewing them to see what is applicable to this case.
Now, see, the problem you're going to run into with charging the grandpa that is that it's very possible that's not charged, not even going to stick. I mean, it seems like they have a weak case, and there's just pressure. Is grandpa's home already, or is he still in
No.
He's
still in the
still
county jail?
in jail since December 11th.
$100,000 bond.
No, okay, then there's no money.
Public defenders, what local news did. He appears to not be talking, I'm assuming, because he doesn't know what's going to happen with daughter. To regain consciousness.
He lawyered up.
Her back.
He lawyered up fast. Okay, so it's his right to lawyer up, but most likely it's not his first brush with the law.
It's not.
Yeah, no, Grandpa's is definitely not the first brush with the law.
Nope.
We found out yesterday or day before that he's also got a charge in Louisiana for domestic abuse against his disabled brother.
Oh, great! What a stellar human being.
And yet they put the children in his custody.
Look, this is the unfortunate reality with custody things. I mean, look, the courts. I have different views on the courts than why most people think, but I'm a firm believer that family sometimes is the absolute last option. A lot of people want to give these kids back to family. A lot of times, I believe you should get them absolutely away from the family. So you look at it, it's just bad. I'm sorry. I mean, family's going to be family. I mean, you have the grandpa has custody, mom and dad don't, but they're living together. I mean, usually, well, depending on how old the custody case is, a lot of times they're not allowed to live in the same house once you take custody away.
And that's
what we thought.
That's the biggest thing is like, how is that even possible?
Well, depending, like if it's fresh, like let's just say recent or a year or two, I mean, I can see it. But if they lost custody right off the bat when he was born, and grandpa took custody early on, I mean, enough time has lapsed where that case is not going to be pursued heavily about them living together.
Oh.
Like if it's fresh, then like the last, he's 1 year. Let's see, he's a year old, so that's still relatively fresh no matter what. What about the daughter? Who had custody of the daughter? The grandpa or the mom or dad?
Grandpa. Both kids.
Oh, this is lovely.
We originally thought that he moved from Louisiana to Alabama to be there. There has since been some families saying different. We don't know. But he got custody of the kids.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a year. He's only a year. Then that shouldn't be the case. I mean,
His domestic violence charge was in 2013. So somebody's got a question. What evidence do you look at when one hydroplanes due to a dip or a pothole in the road?
Well, see, so a lot of those things, when there's fatalities and stuff, there's people that work those accidents, because there's courses, traffic reconstruction and stuff like that. I've not specialized in that. So I mean, I just go by what you're taught on a basic academy level. But I mean, there are literally courses that you take tape measures, and there's all different types of stuff. I mean, just visually looking at something may not tell a story. I mean, you may have to have instruments. Sometimes they have what do they call those? Not thermal. Those devices you use, infrared. To look at roadway and stuff. I mean, you have a lot of people that perished. I mean, kids. So did they say it that Alabama Highway Patrol or the Sheriff's Office worked it?
Normally you would think Alabama State Troopers or Highway Patrol would work it. One quick thing. Bree or Nikki, pull up Brad's arrest record in Farmville, Alabama. Or
saying,
Farmville, Louisiana. Sorry.
somebody's saying in the chat that Alabama state troopers work all wrecks.
No, that's not true.
I know where I was in New York, the local county police department worked the majority of them with their crime scene, but in the event that it involved a tractor trailer, or something along those lines, a lot of times they would bring in the state for that because they had a lot more
Yeah.
equipment for weights and measures and all that other stuff.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's impossible.
Bingo.
No, this with how many wrecks there are, it's impossible. I mean, with each troop in the state, how many troopers are in each lettered troop? No, you have there's different systems like eCrash, MedCrash, like the database where you do wreck reports. So no, the highway patrol doesn't do every single wreck. They'd have to be triple the amount of troopers to be able to do every single wreck in the state.
Yeah.
So he does have charges in Alabama.
Stellar family.
They're gonna check Fine Link right now. It was a county road.
I think it was originally reported as a state road, and then we found out that it was a different road, right?
Yeah.
No, the highway patrol probably that sheriff's office that's probably not that big of a sheriff's office. The highway patrol.
It's a small sheriff's department.
Oh, then they say the 100% highway patrol did it. Then. Your small sheriff's office. They don't have the resources. No. I mean, they're being tight-lipped.
Rightfully so. It's a lot. There's a lot in this right now.
Looks like they have a pretty weak case too. If everything, I mean, when you have a weaker case, I mean, then now it's the mom's in ICU, correct?
Yeah. Sedated.
And they need her to pull through. That's what they need. Get some more answers.
Yeah, and it was reported she woke up the other day, combative, was starting to pull at the tubes and everything else, and they put her back under, which is pretty common. Somebody saying small sheriffs, state troopers worked it. I just can't stop looking at that picture of that little baby up there.
I know.
Beautiful child. That is, oh my gosh.
Man.
Still, head injuries, I'm certain. And that's not uncommon for somebody with a head injury, even before they leave the accident scene, to be combative. That is very, very common, where they'll actually fight with you. And sometimes we will have to medically sedate them on scene before we transport them.
Okay, Tom. Okay, it's small sheriff's office. Yeah, who done? Okay.
And they did do they did multiple searches at the home and with dogs.
So, who here does not know about this case? Because it seems like there's a few people that don't know what we're talking about in here. And yes, I'm losing my voice. We've been talking about this for a week straight.
A week straight. I never go live like this, but this case, I'm telling you.
Man.
So, I'll give a quick overview. As long as my voice don't disappear in the process. So, on December 8th, there was a tragic car accident that took the life of Caleb's dad and Caleb's sister and put Caleb's mom in ICU. From what we found out, a family member asked, well, where's Caleb? Immediately, law enforcement thought Caleb was also in the vehicle, so they did an 8-day search at the accident site, and they did not locate Caleb. Come to find out, nobody had seen Caleb since September 4th of this year. Upon learning that information, law enforcement arrested the grandfather on December 11th for failing to report a child missing. I will bring up the information real quick. I need to delete photos. and he committed that alleged crime on September 10th. Now, the criminal complaint stated that Bailey failed to report a child missing by delaying to make or failing to cause to be made the report with willful and reckless disregard for the safety of the child, and the child suffered serious bodily harm or death, to wit, physical injuries to the child, and the child was removed from the home, taken to an unknown location, and no report was made by any resident in the household. So the grandfather is in custody on a $100,000 bond. I will show you that so you know that right there. Grandpa is in custody. After the everything, I don't need to show all the accident photos because most of you guys already seen them. After they did the investigation, they went out to the family's household and conducted a search. They had it taped off as a crime scene. Let me get this precious child's face back up here. They had it taped off as a crime scene. They conducted searches with shovels, dogs, foot personnel. 2 days later, they removed the crime scene photo. Crime scene tape. So that's the other thing. A couple officers already addressed this. Typically, when they remove crime scene tape, that means they've cleared that location for the time being. Doesn't mean they won't go back, but that does mean it's cleared for the time being. And we did learn yesterday or the day before that Grandpa also has previous DV charges in Louisiana for abuse of his elderly disabled brother. And that's where our concerns come into play, because the children should not have been placed in grandpa's care. Pardon me. So that's where we're at in this. Now, tomorrow I am obtaining the court documents pertaining to the arrest in Louisiana to find out how it did not show up on a DHR background check. John Bailey is Grandpa's name, Chloe.
It's going to be pivotal. Tomorrow's going to be pivotal.
Tomorrow's going to be interesting.
It is. It's going to be right there.
I am so itching for tomorrow to get here so I can get those court documents.
It's been a long weekend.
Oh, we lost officer standby.
And I tried with Rebecca, but nothing's coming up.
Marie, it depends on when I get them court documents. I will be posting them in our new Facebook group, which is the Facebook group on the screen. Find Missing Kahleb, Collins, Alabama.
It's hard to say, Carolyn, what time he'll be on.
So Fox 6 is not going to have the updates that we're going to have, because we're not releasing these documents to anybody except for the ones that are in the group or on here.
Unless they FOIA them themselves.
Yeah, unless you guys pay the outlandish price that they want to obtain those documents.
Which is how they deter you from requesting them.
Mm-hmm.
I know New York used to be one of those states where we had to answer a FOIA request by a certain time frame, but then we could take our sweet time in getting them to you and then charge you like per hour and then per piece of paper and all that other stuff, and it could take 6 months.
That's what they're charging. That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
So, somebody just put the grandpa got a public defender per Fox 6.
he's got a public defender.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was in a post article not too long ago too.
Yeah. So yeah, they make it so hard sometimes. Unless you're in Florida, where I am now, and then it's pretty much everything is the sunshine laws. Everything's public down here for the most part, unless it
Yeah.
pertains to children or something like that.
It says
Oh, Randy, you ain't got to worry about someone a troll coming in here saying that. It's already been reported.
Domingo, where's that? Yeah, we had it was like you have a certain amount of time to respond, but then they can take their. I think you're in New York, right?
Yeah.
Because it used to be you had like 3 days to respond, and then it used to because I remember they used to request from us all the time, and it was like, all right, we have to get it together.
Domingo is the one working on Emma Ray's case.
Yeah. Thank you for working that.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Domingo, that is the next town over from where we lived, from where Gabby lived. When I got into fire and EMS, that was the area that I worked in over there. And that is definitely one that we hope she's found soon, too. Because if people aren't familiar with what trafficking looks like in this country, that is what trafficking 100% is. Usually get it within the hour. Yeah, some are good, some are bad. Depends on the agency.
Trafficking is not just what's in the movies, guys.
Yeah, it's not all Liam Neeson, taking.
No, it's not. It
You're
can
not
be a
going-
trip to Five Below, guys. It can be a trip to a store.
Okay, so I'm going to address a post that was posted in another group where they said mom was conscious at the accident scene asking where her child was. That is not what happened.
Do we have absolute confirmation that that's not what happened too, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so here's a news article that everybody was talking about, but it was the wrong person they were thinking. She asked the cops, "Where's my grandson?" Family members of Fayette County 1-year-old described learning he was missing. So that had to have been grandma.
Right.
So grandma was the one. Yes, it was grandma. So grandma was the one that asked where her grandson is.
Mm-hmm.
There are people. This is why we created the new group, because too much false information gets posted, and they take it and run it with facts. We prefer to go by factual information. We do have a page in that group where people can put their theories and speculation. But it's titled Theories and Speculation so people know it's not facts.
And here's something too about accidents too with people that have head injuries. And I know Sue was in here before. She's a paramedic, and I pulled up on many car accidents where somebody has suffered a severe head injury, and they might be conscious and talking, but they are not alert. I had a similar story. It was a DV-related car accident where the boyfriend and girlfriend were fighting, and the girlfriend went to grab the steering wheel, and they swerved off the road, and they flipped a bunch of times, and she was ejected about 50 yards from the vehicle, skipped across the dirt like a rock. And when we got there, she just kept repeating herself, where am I? What's going on? What happened? You were in a car accident. We're going to have to do this to you. We're going to take you over to this hospital. They're going to check you. Oh, okay. What happened? Where am I? What's going on? So, and she just, and that for us is indicative of a head injury. So that's not the case here, because obviously there was some misinformation, but
I think Bree and Cedar both mentioned stuff on that too, last night. So that makes sense.
I've always used like the analogy 50 First Dates with Adam
Yes.
Sandler and Drew Barrymore with the head injury, 10-second Tom. Hi, I'm Tom.
Yeah.
And that's like things like that. That's not uncommon.
It's not necessarily them being with it and they are awake and able to help in a situation and they
No.
can still have that brain injury.
Yeah, and like Sue's saying, I've had patients that reverted back to childhood with head injuries. I played football with a kid who was born in Norway, moved here when he was 3 years old, and was 17 years old playing high school football, and got his like head knocked off in a play in a game, and was laying on the ground, and never learned how to speak Norwegian, but was speaking Norwegian on the field.
Whoa.
The doctors were talking to him, and he had a severe head injury.
Wow.
Yes, who's traumatic brain injury patients. Yeah, so, but that's not the case here. That was kind of false information that was twisted. So I could see where people could get confused.
And that's so important to think about because everybody's like, oh, we need Pam to, wake up and say something. And we just have no idea what her case is going to be if she does even wake up.
If she wakes up, you have no idea. They have no idea.
Yeah.
And when she woke, they said that she had woken up and that she was combative and she was pulling on tubes. That is very common.
Right.
So how is it? Do we really know? No, we don't know. And you're not going to know. That's a HIPAA thing. So they're not going to release anybody's medical information out there unless it's a family that is okay to receive that.
Right.
Or, that recovery could be a really long time.
I still think that's why Grandpa's not saying anything, though.
Brittany, that's...
No, she is not awake, y'all. She's in a medically induced coma.
Yep.
Mechanism of injury. Yeah, if I could speak. And you look at that car accident, that is a high mechanism of injury on that call. And that's something that we look at when we arrive on scene. Like you look at the intrusion on the vehicle. Is it greater than 3 feet into the vehicle, which it is? I flipped 3 times, had a concussion, provided childhood phone number at 35. Yeah. Yeah. So those are all things that we look at. It's something that we talk about. So anybody who's been in the fire service or EMS, things that are like ingrained in us are scene size up. So sizing up the scene as we're arriving, looking around, and then scene safety, making sure we're safe, it's safe for us, and body substance isolation, gloves, whatever we need to do.
So, Henrietta, as of right now, all documents pertaining to this case have been sealed until the judge goes through all of them and determines which ones he feels are relevant to the case.
Yeah, you're dealing with a baby here, so it's really touchy. It really is on what they're gonna.
Hi, detective. She doesn't.
Okay. I kind of thought.
That's why it got switched.
Okay.
Hey, Triple J. Yeah, absolutely. That's signs of a TBI, and even PTSD. I have PTSD, and my memory is crazy.
I have PTSD as well.
Yeah, I'm one certain you do.
Oh yes.
And it's such a crazy thing.
It really is. All right, before we attempt to get off, I'm going to give Danny one more chance.
He gets busy. He has full intentions. I truly believe he has full intentions of jumping on, but he just gets busy.
Oh, he's a very busy man. He's been working on other things other than TikTok.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Charlene, I don't disagree. Bobby Jean, nothing that has been released.
Yeah, PTSD is wild to deal with, guys. And usually if you've been subjected to any kind of trauma, you can have it. You have to get diagnosed by a doctor of some sort, but
Hey, so I said, I'm still live. We have people that want to meet you.
Yeah, PTSD is it's a real thing. It really is.
I don't know if he's going to come or not. I know he's busy. He said he was going to try his best.
Love the RN. Yeah, I think everyone has some sort of PTSD. Yeah. Through the reported date, last time anybody saw him, was it September 4th?
Yeah, September 4th. It started at September 10th and then it changes September 4th.
And it wasn't realized until this accident that
Right.
happened on December 8th.
That's exactly right. Yeah, blocking out a lot of things is real, but then you will still have trauma reactions to things that happen in real time. Somebody
Yes.
went trauma
They're
reaction.
called triggers. Trauma triggers.
I guess the best way to describe it is like take a deck of cards for your memories and it gets all out of whack, and out of nowhere those bad triggering memories will come to the front,
Yep.
and it takes a lot to rearrange that deck to get the good memories back. So I'll tell you, like with my daughter,
It takes a lot of control to try to
Yeah.
control that situation that gets out of hand.
sometimes EMDR is a really good technique to reshuffle that deck.
Yep.
And that's a really good technique. A lot of good breathing exercises and stuff. So for me, the last memory of my daughter was me having to identify her body. And you have to imagine that's a very hard thing to get out of your brain. So after 3 years, I was finally able to replace that memory with the time I taught her how to ride a bicycle. So now when I close my eyes, I remember teaching her how to ride a bicycle versus where she was laying in the middle of nowhere in Wyoming.
Wow.
So, and that was my own stubbornness. That was my own, I'm a first responder. I've seen some really terrible stuff in my life. I got this. I can handle this. And yeah, no, I couldn't.
Yeah.
So,
That just hit too much of home.
yeah. So you never know. And it's different for everybody. You never know what it's going to be.
Oh
To
yeah,
say
it's
that,
definitely different for everybody. Definitely. And what those triggers are and what they, can bring out of you.
yeah. And Chloe, you're right. I wish it was more accessible. Um, I'll tell you, down here where I am in the Tampa Bay area in Florida, if you took every licensed social worker and therapist and brought them to the Tampa Bay area alone, just in this area, not saying this area is worse than anywhere else, there is not enough therapists and social workers to handle everybody that has things going on. Oh, you're from Tampa? Nikki, but my name ain't Nicole.
And see, with what the Petito family went through, all of them, and what they have done to make a positive impact on society it's commendable, it's unbelievable, it's amazing. If you guys want to read more about what that family has done, I do have the Gabby Petito Foundation's link in my link tree if you do want to take a look at that. It is amazing. I'll even post a link in our group so you guys can see more about that. They're fighting for victims of domestic violence.
Yep, missing persons too. Yeah, I'll pop up. I'll show my ugly mug on the.
Rebecca's back. Rebecca's back. She said, "I'll try." Click a request box, Rebecca. Yeah, part of my PTSD, fighting, you never consider physical fighting anything, but I mean, I grew up in a lot of physical hostility, and part of my reaction for PTSD that I don't even realize is if somebody comes at me, a man in particular, in a certain way, I will be willing to fight knowing that I will lose physically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you just can't even. There's so much to it.
You've been through a lot. And that's something that we tell a lot of people, that just want to know it's not your fault, and you didn't deserve what it is. And we're so glad that you're here, and the people that are able to and willing to share their story, sometimes they give other people so much strength.
So, Cal, real quick, we have sent multiple invites. For some reason, it's not allowing her.
Ashley, yeah. 1 in 3 women, 1 in 4 will experience severe physical abuse, 1 in 7 men. If you want to go into different demographics of people, indigenous suffer those rates at a much higher rate. So 65% of indigenous women will be, I'm trying to be TikTok right,
Friendly.
victims of IPV in their life.
Yes.
Um,
I touched on MMIW and MMIP the other day.
yeah, it's really high with them. Actually, it's at 80. I think it's like 80%, and then SA is at like 65%, and then Alaskan Natives, that number is basically almost 100%. And then when we talk about causes of death in the top
Native,
3.
yeah, us as Native women, we have the highest percentage of it all, unfortunately. And on the missing side, outside of just the abuse.
Yeah, and then something they don't talk about on the missing end. Everybody says, "Oh, well, the reservations," and what they don't talk about is from the urban areas. So
The laws are different on
Yeah.
reservations too, aren't they?
yeah, if I showed you the laws on the reservations, your head would spin.
Right.
Here's the thing is like, and that's what I touched on. It's not only just the reservations, but it's, like you said, the urban, but there's a huge correlation between MMIW, MMIP, and pipelines.
Can you specify real quick what
Oil
those
fields.
words were? What those letters were?
MMIW is missing and murdered indigenous women. MMIP is missing and murdered indigenous peoples. So if you follow the pipeline, you'll see the numbers just skyrocket. I spoke on that the other night, and I'm just here in Oklahoma alone. There's so many natives that are missing that don't get the airtime on the news, that don't get just the attention whatsoever. But you have any other ethnicity go missing as a child or even as anything else, they tend to get some airtime. And MMIW does not, unfortunately.
They don't get it at all. And the Urban Indian Health Institute did a study, gosh, that was around 2018, 2020-ish. And like 80% of the missing indigenous go out of major cities. And there's so many reasons, like there's so many discrepancies in what systems they get reported to, how they get reported, if they get reported. They're mislabeled as far as they'll be put into the system as Indian American, which would be like somebody from India versus indigenous. And then so those numbers are all skewed. It's terrible. It really is. And like Oklahoma, I mean, you can read the book Killers of the Flower Moon. Read the book, don't watch the movie. And the whole basis for why the FBI was started was because of people going missing or unalived in Oklahoma.
And yet here we are.
Here we are. And that was in the early 1900s. And that is why the FBI was formed. And they basically solved one case, and that was it. They're like, all right, Men in Black, flashy pen, nothing else to see here, and they moved on. And the person who wrote that book in the back, they put a lot of their research info in there, and I think the estimate was somewhere around 500 to 600 plus indigenous people that were missing or died under weird circumstances back then. But I recommend reading the book. And here we are, 2025, over 120 plus years later, and it is
Well,
just as bad, if not worse.
It's an epidemic, really, honestly, it is.
I can speak to just epidemics in general of just different people. I don't know the right way to word that, because just cases that I will post on. There's another missing case in Alabama that's of a different background, and I barely got 2,000 views, and yet any of these other ones have just jumped, and it's.
Yeah, I shared an Amber Alert out of Texas,
That one too.
and it got barely any.
Yep.
Okay, real quick. Everybody in the chat, I want you to listen. I have sent her multiple requests. My mods have sent multiple requests. It's not nothing on my end. It's something about her account that's not letting her get up in a box.
So I want to, here's a post I made on regarding Indigenous women. So 4 out of 5 Indigenous women have experienced violence. That is from the National Institute of Justice report. Indigenous women are murdered 10 times higher than any other ethnicity.
Oh my gosh.
Murder is the 3rd leading cause of death for Indigenous women, centers of disease and control. More than half of Indigenous women experience sexual violence. And so, I mean, it's just a huge epidemic. And and like I said the other night, I'm just, that's something very dear, close and dear as a Native woman myself. But just because it's just, what we're not invisible, but yet we're being treated as we are.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's sad. So as a Native woman, as a mother to a Native girl, and just, having family members directly affected of it, those statistics, I am a survivor of all of them outside of the murder part, but it's just, it's one of those things to where when does the cycle stop and how do you break that cycle?
Oh, it's a very hard cycle to break.
When you throw the statistic out there for an Indigenous woman has a higher chance of being a victim of DV or SA than they do of going to college.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
That is a terrible statistic.
Uh-huh.
Right. And so I look back when I first started in fire and EMS like 25 years ago, and we had the opiate epidemic, and we were given naloxone, Narcan to everybody, and we were doing it where I worked was probably considered not the best neighborhoods, and nobody batted an eye. And then all of a sudden it got into a certain demographic middle class area, and then boom, oh, we have a problem, we have an epidemic, well, we got to do something about it. And if these statistics were the same in those same neighborhoods, people would be up in arms. They would
Absolutely.
be screaming. They would be jumping up and down. But it's like, well, it's happening over there. It doesn't happen here. It's, it's
not my backyard.
yeah, it's a societal problem over there. It's just, it's those people, and it's disgusting. It is terrible. It's so terrible to look at. And we see it firsthand, and Dan will tell you, I mean, anybody who does this type of work, you'll see it. Dan will post a Amber Alert, and then like the picture will go up, and he'll have 600 people in his live, and then like, well, we're down to 300. It is disgusting.
I 100% see the difference in the videos that I post.
It is.
Absolutely.
We're all human beings.
And it's not even just Indigenous. Like, we had an Amber Alert out of Texas. It was a Hispanic girl.
Right.
We
Well,
had
they're
hundreds of people
considered
in here.
indigenous as well, by the way.
Okay. We had hundreds of people in here. As soon as I put that picture up, dropped down to 30.
And what happens when the news reports on a lot of these cases right away that are people of different ethnicities? The first thing they talk about is like mental health,
Yep.
substance abuse issues, or runaway, or whatever.
9 times out of 10, they're always labeled as a runaway with some issues attached.
Yeah. And they focus
And
on it.
even if they do get airtime.
If they do.
Yeah, and here's the thing, and I hate even saying this, but it's the absolute truth. I cannot tell you one time, not one time in all the time that I've been in this field, or even outside of this field and just watching the news, not one time have I seen an indigenous person on the news for airtime per being missing or Amber Alert or Silver Alert or any of that.
No,
Not
I'll
one.
agree. Especially in my area in the Carolinas, and I hate to say that, but it is true. I'm married to a sorry, I caught myself off because I don't normally say this. I'm married to a brown person, and normally those just situations, they're just looked over.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I cut myself off because I just don't normally talk about it. Anyways, yeah, it's terrible. It's true, and I see it on the cases that I post.
Yeah. I saw somebody earlier, was way up in the comments, said, when I was talking about how do you, break the cycle, and somebody had said it's historic trauma. And I will agree with that. I tend to say it's generational trauma.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm sad that Rebecca didn't work out. I was hoping that she was going to come up. Seems like something's not happening with that. So,
Yeah, it's got to be something with her account settings or something, because we have sent at least 20 invites.
yeah.
And originally, her account was not private, and then it went private, and then it's not private again, and it's still not letting her come up.
Which is odd. Yeah, it's weird. Well, we'd have loved to just hear, but if it's not in the cards, I guess it's just not in the cards. We're going to have more information Monday. Dan is, for sure.
Yeah.
No, Grammy, it's not that. So, I've had people in my box with just one follower.
And it's probably scary as a family member to come up in this. I don't know. Let's just give the benefit of the doubt here,
No, I have the settings off, but I can request people up here. People can't just request.
Right.
And for anybody that's like new in the group here, the people here do it right. They're very victim centered, do everything based on factual information on what they have at the time. And a lot of people don't do that. So like, these are great follows. Everybody you see here, they do it right.
Well, and we definitely would have given Rebecca the benefit of the doubt and just, been there for her in general if she needed that. So we are not here to start drama or cause any more of it, but it is what it is.
No, we're not. I would love to hear her side of the story.
Exactly.
I would love to hear the last time she was able to see this precious baby. I would love to hear how Pam is doing.
Right.
So we don't know what Child Protective Services knows or don't know. So
Rebecca is a relative, yes. We have had some relatives on here. We've had neighbor on here. I guess she wants to be called confused, according to Dan.
Rebecca, how long have you had your account? I wonder if that's it.
Yeah.
If it's a new account, it's not going to let her.
I mean, I have a backup account. I'm willing to give her the sign on to it, and I'll just change the sign on afterwards. If she really wants to come on, I've done that before with my backup account. Got about 6,000 followers.
How new, Rebecca?
Jim, Ashley is wanting to ask you a question.
Yeah, just put Shore in there.
Two days? Yeah, that's why.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
not gonna
that's
let her.
really
Exactly why.
I'm happy to give her my sign on and change it after she logs in this time, if we really want her to. Yeah, 2 days. That's kind of new.
Hey, Rebecca, can you use Candy's account?
I tell you, I need to get some backup accounts because doing all this work with Dan.
Yes,
Anybody looks at
definitely.
my browser history? Oh,
No, you definitely do. You need to have a couple of them for sure.
I tell you, I'm like, my
You
wife
too,
will walk
Karen
in.
Bailey, being in here.
I'm just saying is that the government already has my information. I'm already in the system because with what I do. So if I'm sure the flags have already been flown and they're like, oh, okay, that's just her. That's just her.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, there's that.
Typing.
Yeah, some of the Google history is, when you're doing stuff, it could really look like you're trying to plan
Oh
things.
gosh, if you saw my Google researches based on these cases that I report, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're welcome.
yeah. You don't want to see my Google history.
Oh, it's scary.
Jerry with the TC teeth, you're welcome. Jim's actually the one that brought it up tonight, so I appreciate him bringing it back up.
Yeah, we were out of Jamie Yazzie on a live sentencing. Myself and Gabby's bonus mom, Tara. Gosh, when was that? October? Oh, here's the question. Did Gabby show any signs of being in DV or did it just come out of nowhere? Well, that's a great question.
That is a great question.
Hindsight is 2020.
And movies
So,
play things differently. So yes, please answer that.
so I will tell you, and this is probably the dad guilt in me and doing what I've done for 25 years of not knowing, not recognizing, not seeing certain things. But now that I have a lot more knowledge in all of this, I look back and say, that was a sign, that was a red flag. But at the time when we were in it, and somebody who's going through DV will do a pretty good job of trying to disguise that from people,
Oh
put
yeah.
on that happy face.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think there were subtle signs along the way that I know for myself, I just missed. And now I look back on it and realize that there was a lot of coercive control, which is how it starts.
Yep.
So
The isolation.
Yes.
isolation. So isolating from family, from friends. Didn't like her friends that she made, so would make up stories about them. I know on at least one instance, she was going to go out to a country line dancing bar with her one friend, and she couldn't go because she couldn't find her license. And obviously, Gabby was over 21, but she she looked like she was 17, so she couldn't go. So that was one way of controlling her from not going where she wanted to go. The job she had at the time, he didn't like, so he had her quit and then work at the same Publix grocery store that she was working in. And then she didn't need a vehicle anymore, so they bought the van, and then they could commute to work together. And she came up the year that she was taken, 2021. My mom had passed in April of that year of pancreatic cancer, and we were trying to get her to come up for weeks and weeks and weeks beforehand. It was in the midst of COVID, so they were using COVID as an excuse for why they didn't want her to come up. So she was trying to see my mom before she passed. And she didn't, but she came up for the funeral, and she just was not acting right at the funeral. But at the time, we chalked it up to, well, grandma's passed, you know, she didn't get a chance to see her. It's COVID. Everybody's a little wonky right now. But at the time, I felt like there was something she wanted to say or tell us, like she wasn't happy or something, but she just didn't. And then I think he realized that she was not happy. So, all right, let's go do this trip that you want to do. And, you know, and then we can go in. I can't really go into the whole Utah thing, but the way that was downplayed to us was a lot different from what we figured out later on. But the reason why we have found out now why her story continues to be so popular amongst DV advocates is because, one, her, like many young kids today, you know, they're all over social media. So they're posting videos and pictures, and she had a picture perfect life, and look what she's doing, and she's having a great time. But behind the camera, there's something totally different. And her case really, when you look at DV, hits every aspect along the way, from the coercive control, isolation, narcissism, gaslighting, the whole 9 yards, into the
It's
abuse.
crazy, Jim. Or it's crazy, Jim, because everything you're saying, I'm sitting there like nodding yes to. Like,
Yeah.
yes.
And
Yes. Been there. And sometimes it takes a long time. Sometimes it's not a really fast process, which people think that sometimes it's always like a fast process. Sometimes it's a really slow process.
it's slow and methodical. You know, there's stories out there where, you know, girl and a guy, they get together in high school. They're sweethearts all through high school. They stay together after high school, and then, you know, in 2021, boom, they get married. In the meantime, they've been together for 4 or 5 years, and the day they get married, it's like a light switch. It just flips, and all of a sudden, the whole thing just changes. And yeah, so we missed it. I look back on it, and I really, you just think it will get better, or it will only be this one time. Yeah, or I can change them, I can fix them.
Now, Jim, seeing how you worded it that way, just a thought process. Is there a possibility that with the isolation that Pam was doing to her family, could that be leaning towards her going through that same very thing?
Could be.
Fits the box for sure, but nobody will truly know.
No, yeah,
I will say, as a DV survivor, that's one of the reasons why I've brought it up from the beginning, is that it hit home for me. There were definitely things that hit home for me, things that I can't explain to you guys, but that I hear in the situation, or that I see in the isolation, or that I see in, you know, no more Facebook posts or something, or that I see in Facebook posts about family and possible DV situations that I can't confirm, that hit home for me. And let me assure you, I've been through many DV situations, so they've hit home for me. That's all I can say.
yeah. There's so much that goes into it, and you know, I think we talked a little bit about it the other night, where the whole victim blaming, shaming thing. Well, why don't you just leave? There are numerous reasons why they don't or they can't leave.
Listen, there's a possibility. Listen, this is way out in left field. There's a possibility that mom knew that something happened to Caleb. Okay, they're in a DV situation, and she feels like the only way to protect Riley is to keep going. There's a very strong possibility. That's all I'm going to say with that. And that's complete speculation. That's why I don't keep bringing it up so much. But when it comes to DV, there's so much mental manipulation. There's so much more mental than physical.
Yeah, actually, let me see if I can pull up the wheel. That's probably not going to show up very well, but
And that's why I'm so invested in this to see what happens.
you can barely see it, but that's the power and control wheel right there behind me. Oh, that's the sex trafficking one. Hold on, let me find the other one.
And while he's looking that up, I've had full on physical manipulation. And then the other ones that I've had were full on mental.
Nope, that's sex trafficking again.
So it's highly possible, guys.
Is this the power and control one? I got a bunch of them on me. Oh, this is for immigrant women. I got a bunch of them, but
It's not going to even fit in the screen, Jim.
yeah, it's not going to fit in there. So
It was worth a shot.
yeah, I have them all, but it's a whole wheel of so much stuff. It really is. It's and so many people go through it, and the more and more. I was never really like too much of a big social media guy. Like my wife Nikki with one N. The mods will get that joke because I totally screwed that up. It's Nikki with one K, and I said one N. But she was like, you need to get out there more. You need to start doing this more. You got a lot of good information for people, and so that's how I got on TikTok and everything else to try to help. Because honestly, what we need is more men to speak up. It's about time more men. I know A Call to Men. Tony Porter is a great organization out there. They're out of New York City. But calling on men to say enough is enough. Like this isn't right. I know everybody was joking with me. I think it was last night. I had to jump off one of the lives because I had to go do laundry. Like it's a partnership. It's a give and take. You have to help each other. You have to bounce things off each other. You have to be respectful of each other. We have to teach our children what healthy relationships and boundaries look like. My generation, if I would have talked to my parents about boundaries, I probably would have gotten a belt. And that's not the way it is these days. So I know Lacey, your laundry is still waiting. I told you I don't do a great job, but I do it. I do the laundry. It's just one temperature, all colors, whatever. They all go into one.
Now, Jim, I did share this to Nikki to get the truth side of the laundries.
It was my laundry I had to get together for a thing we had today. But I do it. I cooked dinner today too. I do that. I did the dishes.
Hey, that dinner looked good.
It's interesting that you bring up just even little things like that, because little things like that for somebody who's been through situations like that can be like, they can trigger you, if you've come out of the other side and you've been lucky enough to find somebody who treats you well or whatever, but you've been through a bad situation, it can be triggering.
And I'll tell you, like for myself, like I have no problem saying it now. Like I probably wasn't the best version of myself at times when I came home from work after like a really busy or traumatic shift or something like that, where you come home and like the kids aren't ready for school, the dishes are full of the dishes are overloading in the sink and stuff like that, and you're like, what the hell happened here for the last day? Like, what have you been doing? And then like your wife starts crying. You're like, why are you crying? Like, what's going on here?
Crying. Yep.
And then like looking at it going, well, I know I just had a crap 24 hours at work, but what was going on at home? Well, Maddie was throwing up all night. So, I was dealing with that. So she's staying home today. And then Kat, didn't want to get ready for school. And I didn't even get a chance to look, my day was horrible. So, you take a step back and you look at it and you say, you walk in, you're like, oh my God, are you okay? How was your day yesterday? Like, let me give you a hand and help you here,
But can I also say, like, as a person who's been through multiple DV, when you get to the person who's really just there for you and is, I hate to say it like this, but is trying to help you heal, like it's obvious. It's obvious when they're trying to help you heal. You still have those triggers, but you work through it with them. And that's the difference with somebody that's trying to help you heal.
Yeah, it's definitely something. And even though Nikki and I, we
It's a
have four.
mental thing. It's a mental thing. PTSD is a real thing. It creates a real reaction,
One of the things we hear from survivors all the time is the mental abuse. A lot of times is far worse than the physical abuse. The physical wounds heal, but that mental abuse sticks with them, and there's little things that trigger them.
I will say I've said that for the longest time, is like going through what I went through. I always said I would rather take the physical that I had gotten 10 times over than the mental manipulation and gaslighting and the narcissism that I went through, because that is the hardest thing to heal from.
He fumbled.
Really. Yeah, truly.
Oh, Fogel's upset. He's locked in here with me. He's locked in.
Yeah, right. Upset my rear end.
If he starts biting me, then you know he's upset. Say hello to
They
everybody.
don't ever truly go away. You just learn how to manage them healthy with therapy and
It
grace.
takes a lot of self-control. It takes a lot of self-control and self-awareness. Right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree? Yeah.
Yeah.
And for me, being strangled, as I'm going to say, since Jim said don't say choked, it's strangled, because that's true. Seeing anything will put me back into a spot. Like if I feel like I see my animal have a collar on that chokes them too much or that's too tight, it will throw me into an episode. And episodes can be, let's just not even get into episodes, it can be hard.
It's also learning, and I post the same post of my story every October. October is Domestic, Awareness Month. And 26 years later, I still work through the shame and the guilt and all of that. It's a daily thing. Have I gotten better at it? Absolutely. But I don't think that ever truly goes away. I think there's triggers for that in itself.
I agree.
So it's just, you got to think of, we haven't talked about DV and the statistics of how long it takes. It generally takes a woman to leave.
Well,
how many times she goes back.
Well, and I think it also depends on like when you truly started feeling like you were healing, because that healing takes a very long, think about how long you went through it, and then when did the healing start?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely a huge deal. And this is relevant in this case because I am curious as to whether DV was present.
Yeah.
And I think it, again, like we said, it looks different for everybody. The journey of healing is different for everybody. And it's so hard as a survivor, and really, I think it's even worse for ones that haven't been there, that shame DV survivors of why they went back or why haven't they left or all of this other stuff that goes into it, because it's not easy. It's not easy to escape it once they have their claws in you.
Yeah. And that's why they have that event every October, Walk a Mile in Her Shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Gabby's dad has a really infamous photo up of him because he's like 6'3" or 6'4", or whatever he is, and red heels, which he has great calves, by the way. He can pull it off. I don't think I could pull that off. But walk a mile in her shoes, because unless you've ever even walked 10 feet in their shoes, you have no idea what they're going through.
Nikki, give me that photo.
Oh, it's out there. It's on the internet.
Yeah, and
Oh, I'm getting it.
I think a lot of times DV, when people hear about that, they think about like only the worst case scenario. Like, oh, you're the when you were little, your mom went through stuff and you were also beat. I wasn't, but I was given an example of what men were supposed to do, in my opinion, and then I went through it. And I mean, there's just so many different aspects to DV, so I just think it's really important to explore.
It is like I spent days in the hospital, and I think, I look back on it, and this is, it's one of those things where I don't mind talking about my story because I've grown into being comfortable with it, and my story, knowing that, my story could possibly help another woman is really all I need to keep telling it and being loud about it. But I think I look back and I'm like, all the lies that I told,
Hmm.
all the lies that I told to not protect myself, but protect him.
Yeah.
I had both. I had
Well,
protect,
yeah, inadvertently it was to protect myself because,
and that's the thing though. Every situation is different. Whether it's protect yourself, protect the other, it's just every situation is different.
yeah,
And sometimes you're protecting the abuser, because that is protection for yourself.
absolutely. Absolutely. So even the smallest of lies that I'm like, and that people are like raising an eyebrow, like, come on now, really, you expect me to believe that, you know,
You know,
but
honestly, it was so normal for me growing up and the family I grew up in. I really didn't think I was protecting anybody. I just thought it was normal. I just thought I didn't want to tell anybody about it because it was embarrassing, but I didn't think it was a level of protection because I saw my mom go through it in two different marriages. Like, it's just that happens too, And it doesn't have to be like, oh, you had a GUN to your head. It can just be other situations that are
well,
terrible.
yeah, because that inadvertently has become quote unquote your normal. That's normal behavior
Yeah.
when you've grown up seeing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashley. And actually, any DV advocate would tell you that that separation period. I know Dan's got the photo. He's smiling. But
What's this
that's
small?
he's got the photo of Joe. But that in a DV situation, that separation period. Look at those calves.
I'm jealous. My chicken legs are
I
jealous.
know, right?
Yeah. So he's like 6'8", 6'9", in heels there.
Oh my gosh.
That's Joe Petito, Gabby's dad.
Oh my God.
It's who I was playing
Joe
golf
don't
with.
care that we share it either because he talks so highly about it.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Yeah.
Of
So that
course
was
he talks highly about his calves. Of course he does.
that was 2022's Walk a Mile in her shoes. He sits on the board, Papa Petito. Yeah, he sits on a board for a state certified domestic violence organization on the east coast of Florida. I'm actually the vice president of the Florida Partnership to End Domestic Violence State Coalition here in Florida. So I sit on that board. And then Nikki and Tara basically run the foundation full time, and I do a lot of the training stuff. I saw somebody put in there that law enforcement needs more training. Um, a
I
lot of them
agree.
have some great training. Others do not. I think it's all kind of dependent on the area,
It's dependent on the department.
I agree.
department. I've been in the fire service for 25 years, and I'll tell you, my EMT training, it's like a paragraph and maybe a half a paragraph of DV stuff, and it's so outdated. It's been the same stuff for over 20 years, and I've responded to those calls over and over again. So now I'm trying to get out, train more 911 dispatchers, EMTs, firefighters in domestic violence, how to be trauma informed, which they already are, but just teaching them how to apply it in these situations. getting them familiar with the resources they can refer to in their area, and then adding that strangulation component into it because that's very important.
Yeah.
It's hard though working a full-time job and then trying to do that as well, but that's really at this point in my life that's my passion to try to do as much of that as possible.
Not to mention, I keep him pretty busy too.
You do keep me busy. Teaching in high schools and in colleges, Marilyn, you are 100% right. And the problem
I would
is,
love something like that. I would love to go around and speak in high schools and colleges.
it depends on where you live and the, I don't want to bring politics into it, but the political climate of that state. Because in some states, if you say the words social emotional learning, you're going to get a door slammed in your face. So I think it's all in how you frame it. So like we talk about DV and it's got the violence word associated with it. It's not always violence. So if we change it to abuse, and then for younger school age children, if we change that to healthy relationships, respectful boundaries, you know, things like that, and you kind of change the narrative, you know, which they already kind of do a little bit with younger kids, but continuing that from middle school all the way on up to high school and college, as it continues to change as they get older.
Yeah.
100%.
You don't
Any
frame
word on Rebecca logging into the other account?
I was just going to say the same thing. Did we get anything else on that?
Yeah, it is hard to use the word abuse. That's why respectful relationships, healthy boundaries.
See, that's where Justin's book comes into play. Boundaries.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
Oh, his books are amazing. They really are.
I reached out to him to try to help promote some of his books. Yeah.
It's Nixon. She's got to make a comment so I can see her, Candy. Yeah, my daughter's got his books. You guys remember Dion that we had in here earlier? The one that had his 2 children abducted? Okay. We shipped out those books to his family. Okay, I sent you an invite. See if it works. There it is. It works. Oh my goodness. All right. Everyone mute. The floor is hers. Mods, if anybody's disrespectful in the chat, you know what to do.
Okay, what you want to know?
First and foremost, how is Pam doing?
Still in a coma.
Damn. Now, when, I don't know if you'll know this, when did they move from the Jasper house to the current house?
I do not know when that was, but I do know. I really don't know when that was.
Okay, and go ahead and say what you were saying earlier about the reason why he moved from Louisiana to.
He moved from Louisiana to Alabama to be with his daughter and his granddaughter. He moved up there in 2021. It was right after Riley was born.
That was okay, and that was before Caleb was born.
Right.
Okay. Now, I've already told everybody there's going to be no more conversation about your other cousin or nephew that.
That's my nephew, JC.
Yeah, we have said that there's going to be no more conversations about that because that is still tragic.
Okay, how I see it is he's resting. That's the only thing that matters to me. And what matters to me the most is when my sister got the phone call about her daughter and about her granddaughter,
She was the first one that spoke up and asked where was her grandson at.
And that was which sister is that?
The mother of Pam.
Oh yeah, we know her name. Don't mention her name in the chat, guys, because
I'm not.
we don't need people harassing her. We know who you're talking about. When was the last time you ever got to see this precious little soul here?
I never got to see them. The last time I spoke to Pam was back in 2022.
Okay, now the other question everybody's been wondering, what do you know about their relationship? Was there DV?
I've gotten told there was abuse, physical and medical. I got told some other things that I'm not allowed to go into.
That's fine too.
So, I mean, I can answer the best of my knowledge, but I'm not really able to go all the way into it.
No, and that's understandable because she probably meant mental abuse, but I'm not 100% medical or mental.
Mental and physical.
Mental and physical. And we understand that this is an active investigation, so we know you're not allowed to say very much.
No, I'm not.
What do you know about Grandpa that you're allowed to talk about?
Johnny, okay, of my knowledge of growing up with all them, Johnny was 100% legit. He's never done no wrong. He's always done for his kids, his grandkids, till this day. But in a way, I don't understand what all went down because I was not living in that house. I don't know. I can't say. But my main concern is for that little baby, for us to find him and bring him home to be with his family. Only
100%.
thing I can say is I hope whoever got him would call and turn him in. But they did tell Johnny that he was at a family friend's house.
Now, who told Johnny that?
Brad.
And all of this you guys told law enforcement, right? Of course.
Yes. Yes.
By the way you speak of it, is that somebody might have had Caleb. And I'm not trying to pick you apart. I don't mean it like that. I was just wondering.
All we gotten told at the time that he was with a family friend. That's all we gotten told from Johnny, because that's what they told him.
Now, do you know why they chose September 4th as the last sighting?
No, I do not.
That's the biggest question. Now, in your personal opinion, and this is your personal opinion, do you feel like the accident was on purpose? Going by what you know about how she was treated.
Going by what I know and what I have seen and heard, I'm not going to lie to no one because that's just not me. But yes, I do think he did it on purpose.
And you feel like Pam was not involved in this?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Now, do you feel like the reason? Okay, so the reports are saying she was partially out the driver's side window. Is it? Do you think she would attempt to try to stop him from the accident?
Yes, sir, I do.
Because we're trying to pin this together and try to figure out why this happened. Because at the end of the day, our number one goal is to get answers and justice for Caleb and his sister.
Right.
And especially if Pam was not involved, she needs her justice too.
That's exactly
You're right about that.
Now, with all of them living in the house together, what do you think was told to Pam in regards to where Caleb was?
He was at a family friend's house.
Is that what you were told by
That's what I was told. Yes, ma'am.
by Pam?
Not by Pam. No, ma'am.
Had you talked to Pam in maybe the last 6 to 9 months?
No, she
No,
hasn't talked
ma'am.
to her since 2020, early 2022, right?
Right.
So why did Pam leave with the babies? Why did she not leave with the babies? I'm gonna answer that. Actually, Jim, you can answer that. You specialize in DV.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a DV situation, there are numerous reasons why they don't leave. They're doing everything they can to protect themselves, protect their children,
Protect the lifestyle that she has.
protect the lifestyle, whatever it is. And to judge and say, well, they should just leave. It's not that easy for them. You don't know what's going on behind closed doors, what kind of threats have been made between unaliving them, the person abusing, potentially threatening to unalive themselves if you leave.
Or
There's
threatening to blame the mother.
blame. It's your fault. Everybody's going to know it's you. There are so many factors in it, and really the only one that's going to be able to tell you if that was the case is the person who was going through the abuse when they're ready to talk about it. But it's just so many factors into it: financial, emotional, social, whatever. There's just so many things that play into it.
Are you able to talk to Grandpa since then? Or
No.
okay.
When they moved from Louisiana to go to Alabama, it wasn't. The last time I talked to Pam was in 2022. It wasn't even maybe 3 months down the road. She unfriended me. She unfriended a lot of people on Facebook, mainly family.
That's isolation right there.
So there was a lot that we didn't know about. There was a lot that was going on that we didn't know about.
You didn't even know to like contact and ask like, hey, how's Caleb? How's Riley? Or anything like that.
You couldn't get through to her. Everything was blocked.
Okay.
She changed her number, everything.
Okay. That's typical.
Now, do you know of any substance abuse on any avenue? If you
Do I know
can't
what
speak
now?
on, if you can't speak on that, that's understandable too.
What you say?
You know of any substance abuse of any avenue from either one of the parents or Grandpa?
No, I do not.
Do you know when Caleb was born, his birth date?
Oh, not at the top of my head right now because, like I said, everything that we're going through, my mind's not really here because it's racing like 90 miles and nothing. I haven't really been sleeping at night.
I understand.
Well, that's normal. That's understandable. You guys are going through a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
look at this precious little baby that's missing. Look at that beautiful little girl that is no longer with us.
Everybody's coming for family right now too. I guarantee.
I mean, my main concern is about him. 100%. Legit. 100%. It's all about him. No one can speak up for him unless it's going to be the family or whoever right now. All I can say, no one knows what happened in that house. The only one knows is the people that live there. I can't answer what really went on in that household because I was not there. I did not live there. she isolate herself from us because of him. All I can do is just keep praying and hoping that we find him and we find him safe and sound so he can be with his family.
Do you know how long they had been together? Like when their first time was that they were together, mom and dad?
They got together in, I want to say, in 2019.
Okay. That was in Alabama. Do you know?
No, they got together in Louisiana.
Okay. Okay. So he was in Louisiana.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know if you're allowed to speak on this. Did Was there ever a sharp instrument used on anybody in that household?
That I do not know.
Hmm.
And I'm being honest, I don't know that.
No, that's fine. Now, I do have one last question. I am getting the court documents tomorrow, but we all feel DHR failed these children.
Yes, I do feel that.
Um, what is up with the charge that Grandpa had in Louisiana against a disabled family member?
Oh my goodness. The only thing I'm allowed to say about that right now is that his mom had dementia.
Yeah, I know about that.
Okay. And all I know at the time they got in an argument. She was not having it her way. So she decided to call the law and said that Johnny was abusing his brother. Johnny has never abused his brother.
What was her reasoning for saying that he abused the brother? Like, what did she even cite for that?
Her mind wasn't there. She had dementia.
And they still took that as,
I mean, okay, let me ask you this. Say if you had an elderly living in your house and you taking care of them and they have dementia,
right.
100% blown dementia, and you're trying to, tell them to settle down and let's talk about it. But at the time that she didn't have her mind. So she decides to pick up a phone and call the law saying that I'm being abused. Do you really think the cops are going to listen to her or listen to the person that?
Well, it sounds like they did listen to him, correct? Or her, correct? Because
Right.
they told him.
Well, at the time, they're going to listen to her because she was the elderly. They're
Okay.
going to listen to the elderly.
But they still charged him with that abuse. Is that correct?
But yes, but it was also dropped.
Right. Okay.
That might explain why it's not showing up.
Okay.
Yeah, it was also dropped.
Gotcha.
Because I'm getting those court documents tomorrow. Because my thing is, if it still showed up on the court documents, DHR should not have placed those children back in that household. Because they're required by law to run a background check on everybody in the house.
Right.
So
As far as I knew, Pam and Brad had custody of them kids. Far as I knew, I did not know that Johnny had custody until I heard everything that y'all came out with.
Okay.
And because I called my sister and I asked her about it. She said, no, Pam and Brad had custody of them kids. I was like, well, why has everyone said that Johnny had custody of them kids? She said, what you mean? I said, well, you tell me. But she knew too that Pam and Brad had custody of their kids. Because Pam was not allowed to talk to her mom She wasn't allowed to talk to her mom on the phone, in messages, text messages, nothing. If she texted her mom, he had to sit there and watch her text her mom. And sometimes when my sister texts, he was the one that texts back, not Pam.
And do you have evidence of that, or is that just something that you guys know? And being a DV survivor, I understand either side of what you have to say.
My sister knows when her daughter is texting and when she's not texting.
Okay. All right. Yep. I gotcha.
Yes, this case is, wow. I don't even know what to say.
None of us do. I mean, how I see it, the only ones that know is not here no more.
That's right.
And the only ones that know is them, and the other person that knows is God. That's it.
This has got to be so hard for you guys as a family. It's got to be so hard.
It's very hard. But
And
all
sure
we can
people
do
are
is
just,
take one day at a time, but still pray and hope to God that we can find them. That's all we can do.
Now, do you have any family members that you know of that ever saw Riley or Kahleb? Or evidence of them? You know what I mean? Like pictures and correspondence. Do you know of any family members that had that correspondence?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay.
The last picture I seen of Riley, she was probably maybe 5, 6 months years old. And the only reason why I seen that picture was when my sister sent me that picture.
And I just want to say that you're so brave for speaking up, and we appreciate you. So, I mean, just anything that you say, we appreciate.
Now, we've had a couple of people. Has anybody been to the hospital to even be in the room with Pam?
No, sir.
Like, no family has been allowed to be there at all.
I can't speak on that right now. All I can say is oh, all I can say is she's got someone there now.
Can you verify that she had come to consciousness and had to be induced back into a coma?
No, ma'am, I cannot verify that.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're trying to clarify all the false information because there are a lot of news articles that are stating certain things.
Right.
And we're trying to clarify everything.
The last time I got told she was still in a coma.
Yeah. Do you have anything about Grandpa that you would attest to, that you would feel about him as a person or and his involvement in this whole situation?
Only thing I can say, like I just said a while ago, the only people that knows that went on in that house is the people that lived there.
Right.
And I really can't say if he was involved, and I really can't say if he was involved. I
Right.
don't know.
Do you know anything about, like, if he did actually move from Louisiana to Alabama for the custody situation?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Okay.
He moved to Alabama right after his granddaughter was born.
Okay.
He went up there to go help Pam with her daughter.
Okay.
Now, that's when they moved into the Jasper home, right?
Correct. Johnny moved up there in 2021, the same year that Riley was born.
And granddad is her dad.
Yes.
Okay. And that was just to help, just to be a family member and help, and right.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And that happens. That happens. So, but then something happened with them where they were going to lose custody, and he got custody. But you guys are not privy to that information, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know anything about mom's involvement? Because I know she's kind of not been involved in the situation.
I don't know if she was involved, and I mean, I really can't get in all of that. I really can't.
No, that's fine. Just asking. This has got to be like so hard for you guys. I've seen what's happening in some of the Facebook situation, how family is just being attacked in so many ways. So I'm sure this is so hard.
Well, I'm gonna be a voice right now for that baby and for Riley and for my sister.
Now,
I'm very concerned right now.
I do have a request. I didn't want to do it without family's approval, but I do want to make something for Riley. It's more of a memorial. I can show you what I mean.
Sure.
We do this with all of our cases. Where is it? Let me pull it up.
Yes, sir.
I gotta send it from my other device.
Do you happen to know any reason why maybe they had the one Jasper address and then moved to the other? I know that's just random. You probably don't. Just asking.
No, ma'am, I do not.
Right.
Like I said, most of her family wasn't allowed to speak, wasn't allowed to talk to her or nothing.
And I mean, as a former DV survivor, if any of that happened, I understand that. I just want to say that.
Well, I was told there was abuse in that house.
Abuse from Stephen Brad. I don't know which one to call him.
We all got told to call him Brad.
Okay. Did any family ever have contact with his ex, Darla? Do you
No,
know?
ma'am. No,
Okay.
ma'am, I do not know.
You're clarifying a lot, and I appreciate it.
Alright, I have to jump back in here real quick before it times me out. Something like this.
I will have to talk to my sister and I will have to get back with you about that. But she would love that. At least I know she would love that.
I mean, I've got ones to make them for girls as well. But that was just one of our cases that the boy was tragically lost in Wisconsin. And it was a case that we were involved with.
Yes, sir.
No, they have not found him, Blenda. The age difference between mom and dad, 22 and 40.
So basically, by the time they got together, you guys kind of lost contact with her, correct?
Yes. So, like I said, the last time I talked to Pam was back in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
It was a year after Riley was born.
Priscilla, yes. Brad is the biological of both. Now, what is... we read a news article where it said, where's my grandson? And they were talking about a her that asked that. Was that your sister or was that on Brad's side of the family?
When my sister got the call for the accident, she asked where was her grandson at.
Okay, so that's where that news article came from. We were
Correct.
trying to figure out what side of the family that was too.
It was my sister. From the jump, she was the one spoke up for her grandson.
Okay.
All right, real quick. Is there anybody else that has any questions that you want to know? She may or may not be able to answer them, but now's your opportunity. And then we're going to jump off, let her go rest, and let all my mods go rest.
Now, even though you didn't keep in touch with her, did you keep watch over her? You know how, like, sometimes you have family members you don't keep in touch with, but you still kind of watch? Like, did you know any information?
She blocked a lot of people.
Okay. So you don't know, like, details and, like, where she was working, what he was working?
Nope. No, ma'am, I do not.
Gotcha. But you definitely feel like that grandpa was there to be like a positive influence and just move to be there with her as a positive influence, not just because of child protective.
He was there for her and them grandbabies.
Yeah. So that was before like anything would have happened, like, you know, with
He
DHR.
was there way before then.
Okay.
Like I said, he moved in right after Riley was born.
Gotcha.
And that was in 2021. Riley was born in 2021.
Yeah, that's a long time.
I can't remember that old saying like it my mom and dad used to tell us. Believe half what you hear and half what you see.
You're right.
And you never see what goes on behind closed doors.
Do you know of any other family members who had spoken to Pam about possible DV or anything else that had gone on?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Yeah. It's just isolated.
Like I said, there was a lot of people that she delete from her Facebook or she blocked from her Facebook.
Honestly, it seemed like she wasn't very active there for a while anyways, which is typical. The isolation is typical. Do you know anything about her and her sister having beef? There was a text that had been shared on a Facebook group about her sister being upset because she couldn't speak to her grandpa or their dad anymore and stuff like that.
I heard of it, but I don't know all the details.
Gotcha. I can't imagine how hard this is. Like, you're just living. You're just trying to freaking live. And sometimes you just don't always talk to all your family. And then all of a sudden something like this happens and everything is being scrutinized. I just can't even imagine.
You know, everybody see the news. Everybody see them crime shows, the ID shows.
Yeah.
You know, you're watching them just to get relaxed, to go to bed or whatever.
Right.
I never thought this would happen to my family.
Right. And I'm sure even from your point of view, you're like, oh my gosh, like regardless, like I want to be there for Pam, but at the same time, like what happened to Caleb, and then he's in the picture, and just whatever all of that was, like it's got to be so heartbreaking. And then getting attacked. I'm absolutely sure all of you are getting attacked in some way, shape, or form.
Yes, we are. I mean, that's why I'm trying to watch what I say, because there's a lot of stuff that I'm not allowed to talk about, you know, and I just wish the people would stop attacking us and asking a billion questions when we can't answer them right now.
Right.
And I'm not just going to let somebody sit here and
Take down a family member.
I'm not going to do it.
I get it. We all get it. We all get it.
Okay,
And-
now I do have one major question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where does Kayla fit into this whole family situation?
He fits in here from day one. He's always fit in here from day one.
No, Kayla.
Kayla. She said she was a cousin. Kayla.
Kayla?
Yeah.
Yep.
I ain't never heard of a Kayla.
Well, that's disturbing. Dan, can you say any more that would give her more information? Maybe we're not saying enough.
She is some. I know who she is. Okay, so she was adopted.
She was adopted. From who?
She's Elmer's stepdaughter, but got adopted.
Oh.
Well, and she's come on and said certain information, so that's why we're wondering.
Okay, the only person that I'm just saying, because I'm not trying to throw my family's business out there, but the only person that I know he adopted it was a girl that was from Texas, but I don't remember her name being Kayla.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Dan tries to be really careful not to just let anybody in that says they're family. He doesn't want anything to just trash you guys or cause drama. And there just happened to be a family member named Kayla. And so we were wondering because she had said certain things. We definitely don't want to aid in any kind of drama.
Well, like I said, the only thing I can say, yes, he did adopted a girl, but I don't know if that's the one y'all talking about. I would have to see a picture of her to see if that's the right one, but I don't know if that's her or not.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything else to say on that, Dan?
No, I know that she is connected by adoption. I know who the family is. No, I really don't have. Yes, Kayla was adopted by Elm. Correct, Heather. But we're gonna go ahead and give this a rest. She's answered quite a few questions, and it's almost midnight. Yeah, I know who it is, Heather. I've already done my due diligence on this whole entire case.
Can I ask one thing of y'all?
Yep, what's that?
Could y'all please not bring up my nephew again into this?
Yeah, we already talked about that. You're talking about the 6-year-old?
Yes.
Yep, we already talked about that.
Gotcha.
Because my sister has been through enough.
Gotcha on that.
And she's done gone through way too much, and she don't need any more because it's tearing her up.
Yeah, I understand.
You're her cousin by marriage?
Who?
Heather is.
Heather?
Yeah, she's in the chat.
Is that true or no?
Heather who? I don't see who you talking about.
There's just a Heather in the chat that says that she is related to you guys. And of course we want to, discredit or credit anybody that is or is not.
Danny Kennedy's daughter.
Yes.
I mean, I know how that is too. Like at first you're like, I got to remember who family is. Like sometimes there's
Yes.
family. Like it's like, wait a minute, who is family?
We have our family is huge.
Right,
I
exactly.
mean, it's huge.
It's like, wait a minute, who's family? Who's a cousin? By what? So, but we just want to make sure that we're not giving credit or vice versa to somebody that's not. When
I had to put my glasses on to see who y'all was talking about.
Yeah. We really appreciate you coming on. I know it's hard.
Yes, ma'am, it is. It's very hard.
Absolutely, we understand that it's hard and that a lot of you are getting attacked. We see the the group. We know what's going on. We know it's hard. We're not trying to instigate any kind of attacks at all.
At the end of the day, all we want is for this baby to come home.
Exactly. And that's the reason why his own Facebook group, is just to make sure that there was a little bit of less drama and not trying to attack certain people and make sure he talked to the right people.
And all I can say, if someone does have him, please bring him home.
Right.
There are no leads. Yes, Heather, you can ask a question. So, Jim. Um,
I'm sure you all are just so worried about Caleb, just like anybody else. You know, it's your family, regardless if you got to see him or whatever. It's your family,
Yes, ma'am.
and you are worried about him, and you
Yes,
are,
ma'am. We are. We
yeah,
all are.
just like Pam. You know, I mean, everybody in the situation. You are absolutely worried and to death. We get it. So I just want you to know, I just hope you guys know that we are only here to try to help. We are not trying to cause any hurt.
so Terry, this is not an abduction. And I'm going to say this. As much coverage as this has gotten, not only by social media, news agencies, a lot of my large creator friends, including iDetective right above you, and multiple other creators have made videos pertaining to this case. If Caleb is with somebody else, they wouldn't be able to hide it, no matter where it goes in this country. There would be no possible way they could hide it. This has made national frontline pages everywhere. I did reach out to News Nation. Jim will tell you it's hard to get them to do a story, but we did attempt to get it to them. We will see if they can do a story, but that's as far as we can go with that.
And I just want to say, Rebecca, like, we are really, really sorry for everything that's happened to Pam. And I hope that she pulls through and that things can move towards a resolution here, you know?
Yes, ma'am. That's what we're all hoping for.
Yeah. Hope that you guys can all reach a peace in whatever form that is. You've already had so much loss.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I just hope that you remember that as we try to cover things, at least on this live. We will always try to be respectful and not cause speculation that causes harm. So we truly appreciate you being here.
Yeah, and guys, this is why we created the other group. So for those who are not in that group, we prefer fact-based information. That's why we created that other group, because the one group that's already been created, there's been a lot of targeting people, false information.
True.
And that's why we built that group. It's run by our group, our organization. People are able to speak freely. And it is the one on the screen. Find missing Caleb Collins, Alabama. So you can go to the Book of Faces, Facebook, whichever one you want to call it. Everybody's afraid to say Facebook. Not me. And our end of the day goal is justice for Caleb, finding answers, and bringing a close to this situation.
And I think it's apparent, even for family like Rebecca, that they're searching for the same thing.
But we are going to jump off here. We're going to let everybody rest. It's been a long night. We've been on here I don't even want to know how long we've been on here. Oh my God, 6 hours.
Oh my God.
It doesn't beat the first one, guys. First one we were on for 7 hours, and we had all the true crime creators on here. That was a good live stream. So,
Thank y'all for letting me come on. And I hope everyone has a blessed night.
Yeah.
But I really need to try to get some rest.
I just want to say thank you for coming on, and I'm sending your family all the positive vibes that I have, and I wish you guys the best.
Thank you.
all right. You all have a wonderful night. We will be back on tomorrow. Now, if something pops off, if I get court documents or anything pops off before 6:30, we will jump on and discuss those court documents. I am also going to see what I can do pertaining to getting the crash report. I'm going to reach out to the ME and see if autopsies were done, if any medical examiner reports can be released. We're also going to reach out to the courthouse and see what documents are able to be released, so we can come closer to figuring out where this child could be. Because I have my thought process. There's 2 properties this family was involved in. One was searched. I don't know if the other one was. So that's our goal.
Right.
We will fight until this child is located. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, y'all.
Thanks, Dan.
Y'all
Good
too.
night.